Chapter 13:15. After exiting the formation, Wang Lin knew that Tua's son would not let him go. Although he was seriously injured, he gritted his teeth and began to devour like crazy. Not everyone from the Yu clan was strong. Most of the 100,000 clansmen could not even withstand a single blow. Wang Lin howled along the way and devoured countless things. His injuries healed at a shocking rate. His broken bones fused together and his wounds healed at a rapid pace. The entire Yu clan star field was in chaos. The Yu clan elders who had been maintaining the formation on the planet all coughed up blood the moment the formation collapsed. However, they regained their spirits and charged out with bloodshot eyes. Some charged at the black fog that Wang Lin had turned into, while the others charged at Tua's son under the lead of the white-haired elder. The white-haired elder let out a low roar and waved his right hand. His body suddenly swelled, and the crescent moon mark between his brows rotated. His body suddenly grew to thousands of feet tall, almost the same size as an ancient god. This was a divine ability that the Yu clan had created after countless years of research in order to become an ancient god. By continuously absorbing the power of an ancient god, one could, to a certain extent, imitate an ancient god. He was not the only one who had grown to thousands of feet tall. There were 9 others. Once these 9 imitated an ancient god, they immediately possessed great power. With loud rumbles, they began to fight with Tua's son. However, they were no match for Tua's son at all. Under Tua's son's roar, they all retreated. The moment the elders charged at Wang Lin got close, Wang Lin's body would sway and instantly merge with the world. He would then appear in another direction and devour them like crazy. Miserable screams filled the air. In just a moment, more than 30,000 people had been devoured by Wang Lin. His injuries immediately recovered by more than half. This time, he did not wait for the Yu clan elders to arrive before he pounced on them. There was a low roar from Tua's son's side. "Break for me!" With a bang, an old man who was imitating an ancient god exploded under Tua's son's punch. However, before his body could dissipate, a black fog immediately spread out and swept over him. Wang Lin had been paying attention to this for a long time. He directly swept the old man up and devoured him before he died. The entire Moon Clan was in chaos. The clansmen scattered and quickly retreated. Their faces were filled with shock and horror. For many of them, this was the first time they had seen a living ancient god, and the first time they had seen the true power of an ancient god. Although this was the first time Wang Lin and Tua's son had worked together, they had a tacit understanding. However, this brief moment of tacit understanding immediately collapsed when Tua's son's eyes flashed coldly. After he destroyed the old man, he raised his right hand and grabbed towards Wang Lin. "It doesn't matter if what you said is true or false. Today, you can't escape." Wang Lin had long since been on guard against Senator the moment his right hand reached for him. A cold smile appeared on Wang Lin's face. He quickly retreated and formed a seal with both hands. The veins on his face bulged, and his blood surged as he let out a low roar at Tua's son. "Ancient god technique, star god Jade." As he spoke, Wang Lin's hands suddenly pointed at the space between his eyebrows. With a loud bang, the 6 stars between his eyebrows rotated and flew out from between his eyebrows. They formed a huge whirlpool. This scene was shockingly similar to when Tua's son swallowed the stars. Originally, it was impossible for Wang Lin to use this kind of ancient god technique. He didn't have the support of such a strong ancient god power, but all of this was within his calculations. The ancient god void technique that he used in the sealed god formation had fused with Tua's son's boundless ancient god power. However, that technique was used by Wang Lin. The moment the ancient god bone fragment arrived, he immediately intercepted half of the ancient god power in the runes and left it in his body. Besides injuring Tua's son under the ancient god fingerbone, he also planned to use the ancient god technique now. At this moment, when the star god Jade appeared, a strong wave of ancient god power filled it. It was Wang Lin's body and all the ancient god power that he had previously intercepted into this technique. Tuasen's fist instantly collided with the star god whirlpool, causing a rumbling sound. Wang Lin spat out a mouthful of blood and hurriedly retreated. He raised his right hand and ruthlessly slashed forward with the blood sword in his hand. Tuasen didn't have it easy either. He was injured again and again. He didn't think that Wang Lin could actually use the ancient god technique. The star god whirlpool emitted an endless suction force. The moment his fist collided, a part of the ancient god power contained his arm was madly sucked away and turned into his opponent's attack, which collided with his fist. His right arm went numb, and he paused for a moment. It was this pause that allowed Wang Lin's blood sword to slash down and land on his right palm. With a whoosh, his index finger was suddenly cut off. Blood sprayed out. This was the most serious injury that Wang Lin had inflicted on Tuasen since the start of the battle. The 10 fingers were linked to the heart. The killing intent in Tuasen's eyes was monstrous. At this moment, he didn't even think about devouring. He wanted to kill this fellow in front of him. But as Wang Lin and Tuasen's fateful battle began, the Moon Clan elders who had been injured by Tuasen immediately retreated. The one with the highest status among them was the white-haired elder. At this moment, his expression was ferocious, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. He stared at Tuasen. He could naturally see that Wang Lin was no match for Tuasen. Once these two ancient gods fought out, the Moon Clan would undoubtedly die. At this moment, he didn't mind helping Wang Lin. This was also an opportunity for the Moon Clan. Fellow clansmen, collapse your moon spirits and offer sacrifices to the Moon Clan. The words were urgent. The expressions of the people beside him were sorrowful, but they didn't hesitate. They formed hand seals and pointed at the space between their eyebrows. Their bodies collapsed, and the crescent moon marks between their eyebrows flew out and entered the white-haired elder's body. The elder's body immediately swelled up. He pointed down with both hands and shouted in a hoarse voice, "Summon the Moon Clan's treasure, the ancient god remnant bone." The moment he spoke, the moonlight around his body filled the sky. The ancient god remnant bone that was buried deep in the ground suddenly flew up, locked onto Tuasen, and mercilessly pressed down. The ancient god remnant bone was too fast, and it closed in on Senator Tuasen, was surrounded by enemies, and he had to fight everyone by himself. At this moment, his finger had been cut off by Wang Lin, and he was filled with rage. He let out a roar and waved his arms to grab the ancient god remnant bone. The veins on his body swelled up, and it was as if his body couldn't withstand the power of the ancient god remnant bone. He retreated, and the stars between his eyebrows rotated rapidly. The third step cultivator sealed in one of them was destroyed by Tuasen without hesitation. It turned into a powerful force that entered Tuasen's body. His retreat slowed down, and the 6 stars between his eyebrows rotated to form a giant vortex. So this isn't a 9-star ancient god fingerbone, but something infinitely close to a 9-star ancient god fingerbone. Devour it for me. He was going to devour this bone that was close to a 9-star ancient god fingerbone, like a third-step cultivator. At this moment, aside from the female third-step cultivator he had just devoured, there was no one else in his 6 stars. This scene shocked even Wang Lin, and he couldn't help but feel fear toward Tuasen's madness. He had seen madmen, but he had never seen someone as crazy as Tuasen. The aura from the ancient god fingerbone was like the sun, and it was impossible to absorb. Even an ancient god would be like an ant before this aura. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and revealed a strange light. If he can absorb it, so can I. Wang Lin clenched his teeth, but he wasn't willing to let go of this opportunity. Since the ancient god fingerbone was being devoured by Tuasen, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Wang Lin's nature was decisive, and once he made a decision, he didn't hesitate to charge out. He turned into a ray of light and mercilessly chopped down on the ancient god fingerbone. There was a thunderous bang as the fingerbone trembled and cracks appeared on it. Under Tuasen's crazed attack, the fingerbone was split in half. The edge of the blood sword was unheard of. The fingerbone broke with a loud bang. At the moment it broke, a powerful shockwave erupted from within. This shockwave swept in all directions, and a large portion of it rushed towards Senator Tosun, let out a miserable cry as he was struck by the shockwave. He spat out a large mouthful of blood as his body rapidly retreated. In the blink of an eye, he was thrown far away. The remaining half of the finger bone was forcefully absorbed into Tuo Sen's vortex due to the shockwave and entered one of the stars. However, at this moment, Tuo Sen was too seriously injured and continued to cough out blood. However, he didn't give up on chasing Wang Lin. He struggled to stop himself from retreating, but the star that sealed the female third-step cultivator between his eyebrows shined brightly. Tuo Sen was startled for a moment, and his expression changed greatly. He unexpectedly abandoned Wang Lin and turned into a ray of light to escape while coughing out blood. The shockwave from the finger bones collapsed, spread out, and popping sounds came from the white-haired old man's body. He coughed out blood, and his body collapsed. His origin soul was extremely weak as he desperately escaped into the distance. The Yu clan members who had not retreated too far away were swept away by this attack. Blood splattered everywhere, and countless people died. Wang Lin also coughed out blood. He was too close to the shockwave. Although most of the shockwave was focused on Tuo Sen, a lot of it went toward Wang Lin. With his body, he couldn't withstand it at all. However, as the shockwave closed in, Wang Lin let out a roar, and a blue flame erupted from his body. A bolt of heaven-splitting thunder appeared. It contained the cycle of karma and the cycle of life and death. True and false were unpredictable. 5 essences appeared at the same time and formed a vortex to resist the shockwave. At this moment, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his G realm charged out. Popping sounds echoed, and Wang Lin quickly retreated. He carried the ancient god fingerbone that was half the size of a cultivation planet and continued to retreat. He was going to use spatial bending to leave. However, the moment he left, even though his eyes were bloodshot and filled with exhaustion, a cold light flashed in his eyes. With a thought, a whip immediately appeared around him. Soul Lasher. The moment the whip appeared, it became infinitely long and wrapped around the white-haired old man's origin soul. It mercilessly pulled and disappeared from the Moon Clan's star domain along with Wang Lin and the giant fingerbone, returning with a full load. There was no way to pull away from him at all. If this continued, he would be completely overtaken by him tomorrow. Fellow Taoists, it's time to deliver good fortune. One eruption, one good fortune. Didn't we agree on that? Chapter 13:16. What exactly happened to Ta San that caused him to give up on chasing Wang Lin and run away? Wang Lin couldn't figure it out. The last thing he remembered was one of the stars between Ta San's eyebrows releasing a blinding light. In the ancient star system, ripples spread out like water. It was as if the ripples of love had entered one's heart, and they gradually moved further and further away. Wang Lin staggered out from the center of the ripples. His face was pale, and the moment he appeared, his right hand reached at the void. A crack to his storage space appeared, and Li Qianmei's body was held in his arms. Li Qianmei's expression became even more weak and withered. When Tuo Sen was chasing her, Wang Lin was afraid of injuring Li Qianmei, so he sent a portion of his origin energy into her storage space. The origin energy turned into flowing time. So Li Qianmei wasn't injured during the fated battle between Wang Lin and Tuo Senator. However, being inside the storage space was not as good as being next to Wang Lin. In just a short period of time, Li Qianmei's vitality had dissipated a lot. Looking at Li Qianmei's haggard face, Wang Lin felt pain and sadness in his heart. Just like how he had promised Li Miyuan that even if the heavens wanted her to die, he would take her back. He had also promised Li Qianmei that he would do everything he could to prevent her from dissipating from this world. This was his promise, a man's promise. His right hand gently hugged Li Qianmei. Wang Lin ignored his injuries and continued to use flowing time to nourish Li Qianmei's mind and vitality. The starry sky was very quiet. There was no sound at all. The entire world had turned dark at this moment. Only a man and a woman were flying silently through the silent starry sky. The ancient god fingerbone was put into his storage space by Wang Lin. He had no time to study it in detail. Even the white-haired old man from the Moon Clan was sealed by Wang Lin's soul lasher and put into his storage space. In this quiet space, Wang Lin didn't want anything to disturb him. He just wanted to silently accompany Li Qianmei and send her off to Dao Master Blue Dream, or rather, send her off for the last time. When I leave, you have to send me off. Li Qianmei's voice echoed in Wang Lin's ears from 10 years ago. Today, Wang Lin was fulfilling his promise for back then and sending Li Qianmei off. The beauty of space didn't lie in the bright nebulae or the meteors that flashed by, but the extreme silence. In this silence, one could silently count one's loneliness and experience the coldness of being the only one left in the world. Holding Li Qianmei, Wang Lin's eyes revealed a gentle gaze. He flew faster and faster toward the Blue Silk Clan, where Dao Master Blue Dream was. Starlight fell on them, as if it was silently accompanying them on their final journey. Li Qianmei's weakness became stronger and stronger, and Wang Lin couldn't help but send more and more flowing time spells into her body. As the two of them continued to move forward, the distance between them and spatial bending slowly closed. The star domain where the Blue Silk Clan was located was relatively remote. Wang Lin silently moved forward. The Blue Silk Clan was one of the few clans in the ancient star system that didn't like killing. Just like its name, all of its clan members had blue hair. The blue color was like sadness and melancholy, and it filled the soul of every member of the Blue Silk Clan. The Blue Silk Clan didn't seem to have much talent in cultivation. Aside from Dao Master Blue Dream, who was famous across the ancient star system, there weren't many powerful cultivators that appeared. Before Dao Master Blue Dream's name spread across the ancient star system, the Blue Silk Clan was a very small clan. Although their cultivation talent wasn't high, they had a deep understanding of music, alchemy, and treasure refining. In particular, music had almost reached the peak of music. Every member of the Blue Silk Clan was a master of music. Similarly, the Blue Silk Clan was a beautiful clan, and the members of the clan, both men and women, were all extremely beautiful. Because of all these things, the Blue Silk Clan, after countless years of reproduction, gradually became the #1 choice of some large clans for concubines and attendants. This was a kind of sadness for the Blue Silk Clan. Just like their blue hair, this sadness filled their hearts and wouldn't dissipate. This made the women of the Blue Silk Clan have a strange kind of beauty, and the men of the Blue Silk Clan were the same. Their music was no longer cheerful. Only sadness filled their hearts. They used their music to become subordinates of the large clans in the ancient star system. They had no freedom. Every member of the Blue Silk Clan was taken away before they reached adulthood. Their life and death were out of their control, and once they left, they would never be able to return home. All of this happened until the rise of Dao Master Blue Dream, which caused a heaven-shaking change. Dao Master Blue Dream was the most talented member of the Blue Silk Clan in countless years. His legend continued to spread across the ancient star system. In the ancient star system, when Dao Master Blue Dream was mentioned, the first thing that came to mind wasn't his strength, but his infatuation. Dao Master Blue Dream had only loved one woman in his life. That was the wound in his heart, the sorrow in his heart, that had accompanied him through the years. Rumor had it that it was because of Dao Master Blue Dream's love that he was able to reach this step and become one of the 5 masters of the ancient star system. Even the sovereign dreaded him. Due to Dao Master Blue Dream, the Blue Silk Clan became one of the large clans in the ancient star system and occupied a vast star domain. However, the nature of the Blue Silk Clan didn't change. They still quietly lived in this vast star domain. The sadness in the music gradually dissipated and was replaced with happiness. Their happiness was obtained under the protection of Dao Master Blue Dream. In the Blue Silk Clan, Dao Master Blue Dream was a god and was revered by the entire Blue Silk Clan. Mount Blue, where he lived, became the holy land of the Blue Silk Clan. However, compared to the happiness of the entire Blue Silk tribe, the sorrow contained in the music that drifted from Blue Mountain at that time was faint and could never be erased. Just like Dao Master Blue Dream's memories, that sadness had become eternal. At this moment, on top of the blue mountain, there was a very ordinary house floating in the wind. A middle-aged man in blue stared at the zither in front of him. After a long time, he gradually raised his head. His appearance could cause all the men in the world to pale in comparison. Even women would lose their luster in front of him. His handsomeness seemed to be something that shouldn't exist in this world. However, the exhaustion on his face and the reminiscence in his eyes made him give off a melancholic aura and make him look slightly older. He had a head of blue hair, but there were white strands near his temples. It seemed to be telling of the unhappiness he had experienced over the countless years. The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with sadness as he silently lowered his head. He looked at the zither before him and slowly stroked it. After a long time, the door of the house was silently opened and a beautiful woman walked in. This woman's appearance was very beautiful, and she wore pink clothes. She lightly walked over. The woman silently sat on the side and softly said, "You still can't forget her." The middle-aged man didn't speak and didn't raise his head. He only stroked the zither, and the reminiscence in his eyes became even more sad. "It has been a long time, and she is already dead. Why are you like this?" The woman bit her lower lip and looked at the man with a complicated gaze. "She's not dead." The middle-aged man raised his head, and his gaze was like lightning as it fell on the woman. "But what is the difference between her and being dead?" "She's already dead." The woman stared at the man with a sad expression. The middle-aged man silently pondered. After a long time, he stood up and calmly said, "Your sister is not dead." The woman's eyes shined brightly. The middle-aged man let out a sigh as he pushed open the door and walked out. He looked at the setting sun in the distance and took a step forward. His body gave off a gentle blue glow and he disappeared. The Blue Silk Clan star domain was extremely vast. At this moment, at the edge of this star domain, a woman in white calmly walked over. She had followed Wang Lin all the way here. Just as she was about to enter the Blue Silk Clan's star domain, the woman in white suddenly stopped and calmly looked forward. In the space before her, a blue light silently flashed. It was the middle-aged man who had disappeared from Blue Mountain. He walked out of the blue light. "Scram!" The middle-aged man's eyes were cold as he only said one word. The woman in white remained silent. Her expression didn't change because of this one word. After a long time, the woman in white calmly said, "He has already been chosen. You can't protect him." "Scram!" The middle-aged man's eyes flickered with murderous intent. His voice was calm, but an indescribable aura burst out and headed straight for the white-robed woman. In an instant, the entire starry sky darkened as a murderous aura filled the air. The woman in white's pupils shrank. She raised her right hand and pushed forward as her body floated backward. "He will have to come out eventually." The woman's voice was still calm as she retreated further and further until she disappeared among the stars. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Lin brought Li Qianmei to the beautiful Blue Silk Clan, to where Dao Master Blue Dream was, to Li Qianmei's home. As Wang Lin moved forward, the vast star domain became even brighter. The star domain where the Blue Silk Clan was located was extremely beautiful. Even the cultivation planets were blue. They were like stars that gently spread far and wide. Wang Lin looked down at Li Qianmei, who was sleeping in his arms, and softly said, "Qianmei, we're here." Just at this moment, the star domain where the Blue Silk Clan was located released endless blue light. As the blue light shrouded the star domain, a low voice echoed, "Give her to me." Chapter 13:17. The middle-aged man walked out from the blue light. He didn't even look at Wang Lin. He only looked at Li Qianmei in Wang Lin's arms. His eyes were filled with affection and heartache. The moment the voice appeared, Wang Lin was startled and looked up. He immediately saw the middle-aged man in blue. The moment he saw the man, Wang Lin's mind rumbled. The man's appearance was extremely similar to Li Qianmei's. It was obvious that the two of them were related. Dao Master Blue Dream. Wang Lin looked at the middle-aged man. He also recognized the middle-aged man's voice. Back in the seven-colored realm, that voice had almost destroyed him. He would never forget it. The matters of the world were sometimes unpredictable. No one could have imagined that the battle between the two of them in the seven-colored realm would end up in the ancient star system in just a little more than a decade. The middle-aged man looked at Li Qianmei, and the heartache in his eyes became even stronger. He waved his sleeves, and a storm shot out toward Wang Lin. It was very fast, and it instantly closed in on Wang Lin and exploded. A powerful force wrapped around Li Qianmei from Wang Lin's arms and gently flew toward the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man hugged Li Qianmei. There was heartache in his eyes, but there was also affection. He turned around and walked into the distance with Li Qianmei in his arms. The blue light gathered and disappeared into the distance. From beginning to end, he didn't even look at Wang Lin. Wang Lin was hit by the storm and retreated a few steps. He looked at where Tao Master Blue Dream disappeared with a complicated expression and silently pondered. He was almost certain that there was affection between Tao Master Blue Dream and Li Qianmei. Since Tao Master Blue Dream had taken Li Qianmei away, he would naturally have a way to awaken her. According to his previous plans, he should have left now. He should have left the Blue Silk Clan and left this star field. However, after pondering for a while, Wang Lin didn't choose to leave immediately. He wanted to confirm if Li Qianmei would really awaken. While pondering, Wang Lin turned into a ray of light and charged forward. He gradually entered the depths of the Blue Silk Clan's planet. He didn't need to spread out his divine sense to clearly see that there was a cultivation planet giving off a blue glow. That was where Tao Master Blue Dream was. This cultivation planet was covered in blue light. Even the inside of the planet was blue, as if it was filled with an ocean. Wang Lin's figure teleported into the blue cultivation planet. There was no protection formation, so Wang Lin floated in the air of the planet. There was an ocean below him, and the sound of waves crashing could be heard. There were some ships floating on the ocean, and the gentle sound of music was carried by the wind into Wang Lin's ears. The music was filled with joy and lingered in his ears. After a long time, Wang Lin took a step forward and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was under a blue mountain. The surroundings were filled with mountains and forests, but in front of the blue mountain, it gave off the illusion of being small. The mountain was not originally blue, but there was an endless amount of blue light revolving around it. Therefore, at a glance, it seemed like a blue mountain. Looking at the blue mountain, Wang Lin revealed a complicated expression. After a long time, he let out a sigh and charged toward the blue mountain like a ray of light. However, the moment he closed in, his expression changed and he stopped in the air. He was less than 10,000 feet from the blue mountain. The moment the blue light from the mountain entered his body, it turned into endless resistance that prevented anything from getting close. What a powerful restriction formation! Wang Lin stared at the blue mountain. With his restriction cultivation, he was naturally able to tell that this wasn't man-made. It was caused by the blue light from the blue mountain. After pondering for a long time, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his origin energy surged. His ancient god power filled his body, and he charged forward like a meteor into the blue light. As he charged in, the resistance became stronger and stronger until it was like an iron wall. As Wang Lin closed in, there was a thunderous rumble. When his feet landed at the foot of the blue mountain, the resistance seemed to cover the sky, and popping sounds came from Wang Lin's body. However, none of this could stop Wang Lin. He looked up at the blue mountain, which was surrounded by clouds. His eyes were filled with determination as he walked toward the mountain. This blue mountain towered into the clouds and couldn't be seen at a glance. However, there was a winding staircase leading down from the top of the mountain. Wang Lin walked up the stairs step by step. His speed was extremely swift, and he didn't stop in the slightest as he strode up the stairs. The origin energy in his entire body circulated swiftly as he resisted the resistance. All along the way, rumbling sounds resounded within his body, and under his perseverance, he directly walked up nearly 30% of the stairs. However, at this moment, the resistance from the mountain was earth-shattering. It was as if a cultivation planet was pressing down on Wang Lin, preventing him from moving forward. Every step he took caused him to withstand endless pressure and resistance. What was even more shocking was that the higher he went, the stronger the resistance became. Time slowly passed. Li Qianmei was sitting in the ordinary house at the top of Blue Mountain. Her eyes were closed, and there was a burst of blue light coming from her body. Her father, Dao Master Blue Dream, was behind her. His hands formed a seal, and he would occasionally point at the void. Every time his finger landed, Li Qianmei's body would tremble. Black gas would come out from her orifices and disappear from the house. Outside the house, bursts of flute music echoed. The woman in pink was sitting on the rock and playing the flute. The sound of the flute was filled with complex emotions. It echoed into the house and into Wang Lin, who was climbing the mountain. When the sound of the flute entered his ears, Wang Lin had already walked up 50% of the stairs. He looked tired and his eyes were bloodshot. The resistance from the mountain was indescribable. It was as if several cultivation planets were pressing down on Wang Lin's body. Every step he took was extremely difficult. The ancient god power inside his body cycled along with his origin energy. A powerful force erupted from his body, causing his eyes to shine brightly. He raised his foot and continued to walk up the mountain. Popping sounds rang out from within his body, and a large amount of sweat flowed down. That sweat even contained a hint of blood. It was the blood in his entire body, rapidly circulating, bursting out under the pressure of this resistance. Gradually, his origin power reached its limit. As he breathed, dense power of the heavens and the earth rushed into his body. As time passed, his ancient god power reached its peak. These two forces supported him as he got closer and closer to the mountain peak. In 3 days' time, Wang Lin had climbed nearly 80% of the stairs. At this moment, he could see the top of the stairs if he raised his head. However, his expression was one of extreme exhaustion. His body felt like it was pounding on a drum as boundless pressure permeated the air, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Vaguely, he felt like he had returned to the time before he started cultivating, when he was at the entrance test of the Hongyu sect. That majestic resistance felt like the entire world was pressing down on him, wanting to crush him. What was even more terrifying was that as he continued to climb, not only was there resistance coming from above, but there was also resistance coming from under his feet. This forced him to use a portion of his strength to stabilize himself. Otherwise, if he relaxed, he would be thrown far away by the resistance coming from under his feet. Under this double resistance, Wang Lin's face was pale and his clothes were soaked in sweat. However, his expression was still determined. He was going to reach the top of the mountain and see if Li Qianmei had awakened. Once he was done, he would leave. But before he saw it, even if the heavens fell and the earth cracked, no power could stop his footsteps. I sent Li Qianmei here, so I must see her until the end. Wang Lin clenched his teeth. There was a taste of blood in his mouth as he continued to climb. The closer he got, the more unimaginable the resistance became. After coughing out several mouthfuls of blood and feeling like all the blood vessels in his body were about to explode, Wang Lin walked up 90% of the steps. At the top of the mountain, inside the house, Dao Master Blue Dream opened his eyes. Before him, Li Qianmei released the last strand of black gas from her orifices. She was surrounded by blue light, and her withered face quickly recovered. Her eyelashes trembled, and she slowly opened her eyes. The door of the house was pushed open, and the woman in pink walked in. Her gaze swept by Li Qianmei, and she entered a trance for a moment. After a long time, she softly said, "He is about to come up. Should I?" Dao Master Blue Dream looked down at the zither beside him. He stroked it and softly said, "You ere you go. Tell him your name." Li Qianmei nodded and gently stood up. There was a trace of confusion in her eyes as she walked out of the house. She saw the sun in the distance, and the confusion in her eyes became even stronger. Under the endless resistance, Wang Lin took the last step onto the mountain. He walked down the last step and stood at the top of the mountain. Here, the resistance suddenly increased explosively, turning into a soundless roar that crazily pressed down on him. However, his body did not move at all. The instant he stepped onto the mountain peak, he saw Li Qianmei. He saw the woman looking at the rising sun in the distance. The mountain breeze blew past, and her clothes fluttered in the wind. She looked like a celestial maiden. The woman also turned her head and looked at Wang Lin. Their gazes met at this moment. Wang Lin smiled. Li Qianmei had awakened. Father told me to tell you my name. I'm called Lan Yu. Who are you? Wang Lin was startled for a moment as he looked into Li Qianmei's eyes. After a long time, he revealed a bitter expression and softly said, My name is Wang Lin. As he spoke, he let go of the resistance coming from all directions. The moment he let go, the resistance suddenly pressed down on him, causing him to be thrown into the distance. The distance between him and the woman at the top of the mountain was instantly pulled apart. Even his gaze was gradually blocked by space and couldn't see clearly. Let's forget each other in the world. That's good. That's good. Wang Lin's mood was complicated and he couldn't explain it clearly. As he was thrown away, he turned around and walked into the distance. The confusion in Lan Yu's eyes became even stronger. She could faintly feel a pain in her heart, as if she was suffocating. It was as if everything in front of her had turned into water, and she was looking at a bird flying in the sky, getting further and further away. Lan Yu didn't turn around and softly said, Father, why do I feel a sense of familiarity when I see him? It's as if he has always been in my memories. He is very important, very important. The furthest distance in the world is not the ends of the earth, nor is it being separated by yin and yang, but forgetting. At the wrong time, at the wrong place, a wrong emotion occurred. The beginning was wrong. If you too can have a new beginning after forgetting, then Father will not stop you. Even if he is chosen by the ancient celestial realm, Father will dare to fight against the ancient celestial realm for you. Tao Master Blue Dream didn't answer Li Qianmei's words. Instead, he closed his eyes and stroked the zither. The furthest distance is forgetting. Meng Er, when will you remember me? Valentine's Day was a day when some people were happy and some people were lonely. Happy people didn't need to look back at their memories, but lonely people often had to think about their past. I hope this chapter will make you remember. Today's discomfort will explode, and tomorrow's will explode. I asked for monthly tickets for Valentine's Day. It is said that today's tickets also have the taste of a lover. Chapter 13:18. His heart was filled with sadness. It was very, very faint. However, it still lingered in his mind and didn't dissipate. With a sigh, Wang Lin's body moved further and further away from the Blue Mountain. When he looked over, it was already blurry, as if everything was a dream. At this moment, he had woken up from the dream. He had come with Li Qianmei and left alone. Wang Lin was very used to this feeling of loneliness. However, this time, he couldn't help but feel melancholy. After nearly 2,000 years of cultivation, he had seen through everything in the world. He had learned to be lonely, and he had swallowed the blue melancholy that surrounded his life in loneliness. Forget it. Wang Lin looked back at the blurry Blue Mountain one last time. He seemed to vaguely see the figure at the top of the mountain. He turned around and slowly walked into the distance. His figure was a bit bleak as he gradually went further and further away. The Blue Silk Clan star domain was very large. Wang Lin slowly walked through this vast star domain into the distance. He didn't know why, but he felt tired in his heart. This fatigue came from the faint sadness in his heart. As he moved forward, he slowly arrived at the edge of the Blue Silk Clan's star domain. He didn't go far before leaving the Blue Silk Clan's territory. His figure appeared from the teleportation and was about to leave the Blue Silk Clan. However, just at this moment, Wang Lin's body suddenly stopped and his eyes lit up like torches as he stared ahead. The star domain before him was bright and quiet. It was beautiful, but there was a strange feeling to it. However, when Wang Lin arrived, he suddenly felt his heart skip a beat. He wasn't unfamiliar with this feeling. He had experienced it many times during his 2,000 years of cultivation, and each time, it was a life and death crisis. The last time was when Taoist water arrived. Wang Lin's expression was serious. This was the first time he had felt like this since coming to the ancient star system. Even when Tua's sun appeared, his heart didn't skip a beat like this. At this moment, looking at the calm star domain before him, Wang Lin gradually closed his eyes, and his divine sense spread out. The star domain was silent, and his divine sense found nothing. Wang Lin frowned and opened his eyes. There was still nothing in front of him, but that feeling of trepidation was getting stronger and stronger. Amidst the silence, Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he closed them once more. A blue flame burned in the depths of his pupils, and lightning surrounded the flame. Beyond the flames and lightning, the Tai Chi symbol of life and death appeared. As it rotated, it formed karma, and as it flickered, it contained the change between true and false. 5 essences swirled in the depths of Wang Lin's pupils. As they rotated, Wang Lin's eyes snapped open, and he looked forward. This gaze seemed to be able to break through all barriers in the world and see the origin of all living things. This gaze was already infinitely close to the eye of the Tao gaze that Wang Lin had unintentionally displayed in the Luo Tian galaxy. But at the instant he opened his eyes, his pupils suddenly constricted while all the hairs on his body stood on end. The origin energy in his body suddenly circulated, causing his eyes to be like lightning. Not far in front of him, he saw a woman in white. This woman in white floated among the stars like a ghost without any signs of life. Even divine sense couldn't detect her. Her long, black hair draped over her shoulders, and there was a faint light surrounding her body, making it impossible to see her appearance clearly. It was as if there was a strange force surrounding her, causing all gazes that fell on her to pass through. Wang Lin's expression was serious as he stared ahead. The woman silently stood there and silently looked at Wang Lin. There was a deathly silence between the two of them. She didn't speak, and neither did Wang Lin. He originally shouldn't have seen this woman, but because of the 5 essences in his eyes, his gaze was able to pierce through the world and see the strange woman that had followed him. The first feeling this woman gave him was that his mind was shaken, and a powerful sense of danger erupted from his soul. She's not a human. For some reason, this sentence suddenly appeared in Wang Lin's mind. After a long period of silence, Wang Lin retreated. He retreated very slowly, and his eyes were slightly closed. His right hand was casually placed to the side, and there was a faint blood-colored light on it. The woman didn't move at all and only silently looked at Wang Lin until Wang Lin retreated further and further until he disappeared into the distance. After a long time, the woman softly muttered as if she was talking to herself. "He can actually see me." As he continued to retreat further and further away from the woman, that feeling of fear gradually weakened. However, it was still there, and this caused Wang Lin's expression to become gloomy. He didn't know why, but the image of Tuo Sen's face changing as he hurriedly retreated appeared in his mind. Faintly, he felt that there seemed to be some connection between all of this. While pondering, Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he entered the closest Blue Silk Clan cultivation planet. This was also a blue planet, and most of it was covered in ocean. On this planet, Wang Lin turned into a ray of light and landed on the top of the mountain. The wind here was cold and caused Wang Lin's clothes to flutter. He looked at the sky, and the 5 essences in his eyes rotated. After carefully looking for a long time, he didn't see the woman's figure again, so he sat down. What is this person's purpose? Frowning, Wang Lin closed his eyes and began to cultivate. However, the essences in his eyes didn't dissipate and were extremely vigilant. Time gradually passed. In the blink of an eye, 7 days went by. During these 7 days, Wang Lin didn't move at all, and the woman in white didn't appear again. After 7 days, Wang Lin opened his eyes. His eyes shined brightly, and his mind calmed down. However, the figure of the woman had taken root in his heart like a dark cloud. This person obviously didn't expect that I would see her before leaving the Blue Silk Clan's territory. She was just outside the Blue Silk Clan star system. The Blue Silk Clan has Tao Master Blue Dream, and his cultivation level is immeasurable. Perhaps this is why she didn't enter the Blue Silk Clan. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. During these 7 days of cultivation, he carefully recalled everything that had happened since he entered the ancient star system. He gradually noticed that the feeling of fear he felt after meeting Tuasan had appeared. At that time, he thought it was a normal feeling after meeting Tuasan, but now that he analyzed it, he immediately found some clues. That feeling of fear wasn't caused by Tuasan. Even when he had brought Li Qianmei through the starry sky towards the blue silk race, that feeling had still existed. However, it was very faint, so faint that it was almost undetectable. At that time, he had been worried about Li Qianmei's life and death, so he had ignored this undetectable abnormality. At this moment, he calmed down and recalled these days. He finally noticed something. This person followed me for many days and only stopped after I entered the Blue Silk clan. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy. Ever since he started cultivating, he had rarely encountered something like this. He had been followed all this time without being noticed at all. That's not right. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with doubt as he thought of something. Even though I can see this person's figure with my 5 essences, if it wasn't for that intense feeling of fear, I wouldn't have wasted so many essences to check. When this person followed me all the way here, although that feeling of fear was there, it was almost imperceptible. Why did that feeling suddenly increase when I was about to leave the Blue Silk clan? Wang Lin's eyes narrowed, and his origin energy cycled through his body. Then his ancient god power filled his body, and his eyes gradually shined brightly. There is more origin energy than before. Even the ancient god power, although not much, is more powerful. It feels like it has been compressed a bit. My origin soul and soul are a bit different, as if they have undergone some kind of change and become more sensitive. Wang Lin looked up at the sky. His gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the boundless stars and land on the planet Dao Master Blue Dream was on, as well as the blue mountain that gave off a blue glow. He vaguely guessed the answer, and his expression revealed a complicated expression. During the several days of climbing the Blue Mountain, under the endless resistance, his body had undergone earth-shattering changes. Although these changes did not increase his cultivation, they made him many times more sensitive than before, to the point where he could clearly sense the faint palpitations in his heart. Dao Master Blue Dream. If all of this was intentional, then my previous guess is correct. The woman in white was afraid of Dao Master Blue Dream, so she didn't enter the Blue Silk clan. Dao Master Blue Dream also used this method to secretly inform me of the danger of leaving the Blue Silk clan. Wang Lin's mind had become like a demon's. As long as there were clues, he would be able to deduce the real answer, like breaking a restriction. Also, this woman's origin must be great for Dao Master Blue Dream to not say it directly. Instead, he used this method to let me know. If all of this is true, then who is this woman in white? If this is true, then Dao Master Blue Dream must have divined that I would choose to stay in the Blue Silk clan. Wang Lin's eyes became even more serious as he looked at the sky and silently pondered. He gave up on the thought of leaving immediately. Instead, he sat down cross-legged on the mountain and began to cultivate. His mind, which was already tired, gradually began to relax as time passed by. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, Wang Lin had been cultivating on this mountain for a month. Origin energy continued to gather in his body. The injuries he had sustained while climbing up the Blue Mountain had all healed. His cultivation base had returned to its peak in this moment of peace. On this day, endless blue light appeared in the sky outside the mountain Wang Lin was on. This blue light was gentle and shrouded the world. A blurry figure walked out from the blue light and gradually became corporeal. Wang Lin opened his eyes and calmly looked at the middle-aged man that had appeared. Dao Master Blue Dream. I have 9 great spells. Do you want to learn them? Chapter 1319. Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly as he looked at Dao Master Blue Dream. Dao Master Blue Dream floated in the air and landed on the top of the mountain with one step. He looked at the blue light in the sky and waited for Wang Lin's reply. The mountain wind blew by, causing his blue hair to flutter. He gave off a gentle pressure. As he stood on the top of the mountains seemed to disappear before him. As he stood on the cultivation planet, all the aura on the planet disappeared. As he stood in the world, Even the world seemed to lower its head. Everything lowered its head before Tao Master Blue Dream. As he stood among the stars, all light had to avoid him. Wherever he was the mountain, he was the sky, he was the stars. I've created most of my spells myself. I have 9 spells, 6 celestial spells, 3 Tao spells, and 1 life and death spell. I can teach them all to you. Do you want to learn them? Wang Lin silently pondered and didn't speak. I also have 200 billion Joss flames from my disciples and my comprehension of the Void Realm. Do you want them? Wang Lin's breathing became a bit rough as he looked at Tao Master Blue Dream, but he still didn't speak. I also have 5 Tao treasures refined from meteorites. Even the sovereign has to dread me. Once these 5 Tao treasures appear, the world will collapse. Do you want them? Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and his breathing became even heavier. I also have a 3rd step Tao inheritance that hasn't been passed down yet. Do you want them? I can also take you to travel the ancient immemorial era in exchange for Tao spirits from the other 4 masters, so you can obtain supreme spells. I can also help you break through the void and go to the legendary ancient tomb. I can help you absorb ancient souls and complete your ancient god body. You have 5 essences inside of you, and your talent is shocking. From ancient times until now, I've never heard of anyone who could give birth to 5 essences. I can help you complete them one by one, and then you can inherit my Taoist legacy and have 7 essences. Tao Master Blue Dream's voice was calm. His gaze fell on Wang Lin, and he slowly said, "Do you want all of this?" Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Tao Master Blue Dream. The temptation in his words was heaven-shaking to Wang Lin. How could he not be tempted? He was extremely tempted. You must have noticed the danger outside the Blue Silk clan. That woman has a great origin. If you become a Tao inheritance, I'll help you deal with all the danger. You can consider it yourself. Conditions. Wang Lin's voice was hoarse. Tao Master Blue Dream's words were like thunder in his heart. Tao Master Blue Dream's expression was neutral as he looked at Wang Lin and calmly said, "The conditions are very simple. There are only 2. First, from now on, you're no longer someone from the inner realm, but the young master of the Blue Silk clan. He had to eat the heart-forgetting fruit, swear an essence oath, and leave the inner realm. Your body, your heart, your everything will have nothing to do with the inner realm. Even if you don't participate in the battle between the inner and outer realms, you can't help the inner realm." Tao Master Blue Dream's words were like blades that entered Wang Lin's body, causing his body to tremble. Second, I don't care what feelings you have in the inner realm. From now on, it's all over. I only have 1 daughter. You could become dual cultivators with her. In your entire life, she can only enter. Wang Lin closed his eyes. Tao Master Blue Dream's temptation could be said to be the greatest he had ever experienced in his life. If it was any other condition, Wang Lin's heart would beat faster, and he might even accept it. However, how could he agree to Tao Master Blue Dream's 2 conditions? He was born in the inner realm and grew up in the inner realm. If the inner realm was compared to a country, then if he agreed, it would be treason. The words of the celestial dying in the realm sealing formation roared in his ears. The Lord of the Sealed Realm had sacrificed himself to do this. Everything he had done echoed in Wang Lin's mind. He couldn't accept the first condition, much less the second. Giving up on Li Muin was the same as giving up on his Tao, giving up on his lifelong pursuit, and giving up on his lifelong commitment. He could not accept it. He opened his eyes. Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot, and he said, "I cannot not learn." There was a flash of coldness in Tao Master Blue Dream's eyes as he stared at Wang Lin. What Wang Lin didn't know was that many years ago, the Rain Celestial Realm Qing Lin had also experienced this great temptation. However, the one tempting Qing Lin was the sovereign, while the one Wang Lin was facing was Tao Master Blue Dream. Wang Lin lowered his head and softly said, "Senior's cultivation is unfathomable. But Junior wants to ask, is there anything more important than your own life?" Tao Master Blue Dream pondered a bit and slowly said, "Yes. If Senior were me, would Senior agree to give up that important thing in exchange for a supreme cultivation?" Wang Lin raised his head and looked at Dao Master Blue Dream. In addition, would Senior agree to give up the entire Blue Silk clan? Dao Master Blue Dream didn't answer this question. Instead, after pondering a bit, he calmly said, "The third step of cultivation is called the Four Realms of Void. Nirvana Void is the beginning, Spirit Void is the threshold, Arcane Void is the Grand Tao, and Void Tribulent is the peak. Since ancient times, I've only heard of people reaching the peak of the late stage of Void Tribulent, but I've never heard of anyone successfully passing Void Tribulent. As for the legendary fourth step, Heaven Trampling, no one has ever reached it. Not even the 8 concubines of the ancient celestial realm." Dao Master Blue Dream withdrew his gaze from Wang Lin and looked into the distance. Dao Master Blue Dream calmly said, "I have 2 essences in my body. One is at the mid-stage of Arcane Void, and the other is sealed by me. It is infinitely close to the early stage of Void Tribulent. When the 2 fuse, I can display power at the peak of the Arcane Void realm. Do you know how many people like me there are in the Outer Realm?" Dao Master Blue Dream calmly said, "Not counting the 8 concubines, there are at least 7. Your inner realm has no Joss flames and has been trapped by the realm sealing formation for tens of thousands of years. Adding on the sovereign schemes and the large amount of outer realm seeds he planted, your inner realm has almost collapsed. What's the use of being so stubborn?" Dao Master Blue Dream's words entered Wang Lin's ears, causing Wang Lin to silently ponder. After a long time, Wang Lin raised his head and looked at Dao Master Blue Dream. He said, "What Senior said might be true, but why doesn't the outer realm start a war against the inner realm? Instead, they rely on the power of time to slowly dissolve the inner realm. I fear that there are existences in the inner realm that Senior is extremely wary of." Dao Master Blue Dream silently pondered for a moment and calmly said, "There are indeed such existences. Back then, one roar was enough to make the sovereign flee in panic." Wang Lin was startled. He was only guessing, but he didn't expect to hear such a secret from Dao Master Blue Dream. "Since you have made up your mind, I won't force you. You brought you air here, but I don't care about the karma, and I can't give you the Joss Flames. I'll teach you 3 spells, and how much you can learn will depend on your own comprehension." Dao Master Blue Dream let out a sigh in his heart. He had high hopes for Wang Lin, and everything he had said was true. However, there were some things that couldn't be forced. Also, as one of the 5 masters of the ancient star system and a third-step cultivator, he had his own pride and didn't want to force others. "Watch carefully. This is my first spell." Dao Master Blue Dream raised his right hand and reached at the sky. The world rumbled and the clouds scattered. The entire sky was filled with endless blue light, and a giant vortex appeared. The vortex rumbled, and strands of heaven and earth power gathered from all directions. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a giant seal. This was a seal made of origin energy, like the seal of an emperor. When the seal landed, the world rumbled and trembled violently. In an instant, the sky became the earth became the sky, and the world began to reverse. The mountain Wang Lin was on suddenly turned upside down. The earth became the sky, and the mountain became a giant awl. However, what was strange was that no stones fell. However, Wang Lin felt his mind tremble, and an indescribable power spread across the world like crazy. Below him was a sky filled with blue light. The clouds, the sun, everything had completely reversed. Only Dao Master Blue Dream remained standing. This spell is called the Heaven Reversal Stamp. What is Heaven Reversal? In my opinion, it is turning the sky into the earth. When the earth becomes the sky, it is the strongest stamp in the world. Dao Master Blue Dream waved his right hand, and the earth that had become the sky smashed down toward the sky below. Wang Lin was shocked as he looked at this. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He had never thought that such a spell would exist in the world. This spell was so powerful that if it was placed among the stars, it would be enough to slaughter all life. If you want to use it among the stars, you need to have the world in your heart. Dao Master Blue Dream waved his right hand, and the world rumbled. It was as if time had reversed, and everything returned to normal. The sky was still the sky, and the earth was still the earth. What is the most abundant thing in the world? It's not human, not spirit, not spells, not origin energy, in my opinion. It is light. The most abundant thing in the entire universe is light. Light was everywhere, everywhere. The Heaven Reversal Stamp is an offensive spell, and my second spell is a defensive spell. Watch carefully. Tao Master Blue Dream didn't give Wang Lin time to digest it all. After the Heaven Reversal Stamp was used, he raised his right hand once more. The moment he raised his right hand, the plants, the living beings, the houses, everything that existed in the world began to emit an endless light. Even the stars in the sky were filled with a dazzling light. This endless light arrived in an instant and surrounded Tao Master Blue Dream. At this moment, he seemed to become the source of all light in the world. Even Wang Lin felt a stinging pain that made it difficult for him to open his eyes. A giant, glowing shadow appeared around Tao Master Blue Dream. It was as tall as the sky. Although this spell is not a Tao spell, it was comprehended by the old man when he reached the spirit void realm. If you can learn it, you will be able to protect yourself in the ancient star system. As for the last spell the old man passed on to you, it was comprehended by the old man when he reached the peak of spirit void. It is one of the 3 great Tao spells in his life. Chapter 1320. Tao Master Blue Dream's first move, the Heaven Reversal Stamp, was an extreme attack. The second move, the Light and Shadow Shield, was the peak of defense. The moment these 2 spells appeared, the world changed colors. Wang Lin hadn't fully comprehended the Heaven Reversal Stamp yet, so he was immersed in the Light and Shadow Shield once more. The offensive and defensive spells continued to echo in his mind. Watch carefully. I'll teach you the third move, Tao Spell Fusion. This is not an offensive or defensive spell, but a special Tao spell that fuses with your own spell to change your origin. If you can learn this spell, you can fuse it into tens of thousands of spells or one spell. Tao Master Blue Dream's voice was calm. After using the Heaven Reversal Stamp and Light and Shadow Shield, he didn't put down his right hand. Instead, he formed a strange seal and pointed at the void. A strand of the clouds in the sky flew over and surrounded Tao Master Blue Dream's fingertip. It turned into a ball of fog and began to rotate. As it rotated faster and faster, the ball of fog dissipated and turned into white water vapor. The moment the water vapor appeared, it also rotated and turned into a vortex. However, the vortex soon changed into a glittering water droplet. It floated above Tao Master Blue Dream's fingertip and rotated even faster. This scene caused Wang Lin's eyes to reveal a hint of enlightenment. Just at this moment, the water droplet changed again. Cracking sounds echoed as the water droplet turned into ice crystals. The moment the ice crystals appeared, they immediately condensed together. The cracking sounds became even more intense and were no weaker than thunder. An ice sword suddenly appeared above Tao Master Blue Dream's fingertip. This sword was 7 feet long and 3 inches wide. It gave off endless coldness, and under the sunlight, the blade gave off a colorful glow. From cloud to fog, then from water to ice. Finally, it changed its origin and became an ice sword. During this short period of time, Wang Lin was shocked. He seemed to have grasped something. Tao Master Blue Dream looked at Wang Lin and said, "This is the material essence changed by the Tao spell and the fusion of the spells inside your body. You need to fuse 2 spells." Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Lin waved his right hand in front of him. Rumbling filled the air, and a black wind roared. Suddenly, 7 black dragons appeared, all of them vicious to the extreme. As soon as they appeared, they roared, and the black wind filled the air, filled with a coldness that could extinguish the flame of life. Oh, Immortal Emperor by fans 6 Daos triple technique. This was the wind-calling Tao of the 6 Daos. Although it's not a Tao spell, if you cultivate it to the extreme, it is still very powerful. Tao Master Blue Dream was shocked. After summoning the wind, Wang Lin didn't stop. His right hand formed an incantation gesture and he pointed the 7 black dragons. The 7 dragons let out heaven-shaking, earth-shattering roars that spread out in all directions. At the same time, glittering light appeared in the sky. Drops of rain appeared out of nowhere. By Fan 6 Daos, summoned the Rain Dao. Dao Master Blue Dream frowned. He didn't expect Wang Lin to use 2 spells like this. He had heard of Bai Fan before, the sovereign of the Thunder Celestial Realm, and his spells were extremely difficult to fuse. This child is quite slippery. He must have seen through my plan to help him fuse a spell, so he used his strongest spell. Dao Master Blue Dream looked at Wang Lin with a smile that wasn't a smile, and his right hand reached at the void. Immediately, the 7 black dragons formed by Call the Wind trembled, and suddenly began to revolve around each other, forming a huge vortex that sucked in the raindrops that appeared in the surroundings. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the world. The vortex became larger and larger, as if it had replaced the sky. From what I understand, Bai Fan Summon the Wind and Rain is to cover the sky with Summon the Wind and cover the earth with Summon the Rain to form his own world. The fusion of these 2 divine abilities into one is comparable to the light and shadow shield. Dao Master Blue Dream waved his right hand, and the giant vortex in the sky rumbled even more violently. In an instant, the impact spread out like crazy. The sky was covered by the black wind, and the earth was submerged by the rain. There was no light in the entire world. There wasn't even a sliver of origin energy. It was as if the world had separated itself from the stars and formed its own world. This world could be big or small. When it was big, it could be infinite, and when it was small, it could be a powerful defense. As Dao Master Blue Dream's right hand reached at the void, the world trembled and returned to normal. Only a black vortex ball floated next to the ice sword. Whether you can comprehend these 3 spells will depend on your fortune. Dao Master Blue Dream took a step forward and turned into a ray of blue light that disappeared. Only his parting words, which seemed to be muttering to himself, echoed across the world. If I can help her recover her memory, forget the Blue Silk Clan, even if I have to become a traitor of the ancient star system, so what? His words were filled with determination and his personality. He answered Wang Lin's question. The surroundings were completely silent, and the world was calm. It was as if everything that had happened before was just an illusion, just a memory. Wang Lin didn't notice Dao Master Blue Dream leave. At this moment, he was staring at the ice sword and vortex ball. His mind was immersed in what had just happened. In his mind, Dao Master Blue Dream's 3 spells flashed rapidly as he quickly verified and comprehended them. Time passed. 3 days, 7 days, half a month. Before he knew it, 1 month had passed. During this month, Wang Lin still sat there motionlessly. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with confusion. A huge wave was set off in his mind, and countless thunderous roars echoed. During this month of time, Wang Lin had been comprehending the 3 spells. However, these 3 spells contained the power of the world. Even with Dao Master Blue Dream personally explaining them, it was still very difficult to cultivate them. Heaven Reversal Stamp. Flip the heavens to become the earth. Wang Lin closed his tired eyes as if he was sleeping. However, his mind was like a restriction deducing the various changes of the Heaven Reversal Stamp. 1 month, 2 months. 3 months passed. Wang Lin had been sitting on a mountain for 4 months. More than 100 days and nights had entered the rainy season of the planet. The sky was no longer blue and was covered in dark clouds. Even the light was dim and the sky was covered in fog. The rain fell on the earth, creating a mist that made the world even more hazy. Wang Lin sat there and allowed the rain to fall on his body. He didn't notice it at all. Although his eyes were closed, the exhaustion in his body turned into 2 streams of blood that were washed away by the rain. The deduction in his mind had reached a peak of madness. On this night, it was raining heavily. Lightning would flash across the sky, lighting up the earth for a moment. Wang Lin's clothes were already soaked, and his body was trembling. This trembling became more and more intense, until even the mountain below him seemed to be trembling with him. He suddenly opened his eyes, and the moment he opened them, the thunder and lightning flashed across the sky. As the lightning lit up the earth, it also revealed Wang Lin's eyes to the world. His eyes were completely blood red, but in the depths of his pupils, the entire world was reflected within them. The lightning in the sky and the rain on the ground were all contained within them. And the strangest thing was that the entire world within his pupils was slowly revolving. The rotation was very weak, but it continued. The world inside his pupils seemed to be tilting and was about to turn the world upside down. As it rotated, Wang Lin's blood-red eyes stared at the world before him. Under his gaze, the world that was reigning in the dark suddenly distorted. It seemed to synchronize with his pupils and tilted. The thunder in the sky rumbled and the rain became even denser. It was as if even the rain had sensed danger and wanted to rush out. However, as the world inside Wang Lin's pupils slowly rotated, the rain inside his pupils paused for a moment. The moment the rain stopped, the torrential downpour outside also came to a stop. At this instant, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he raised his right hand. He pressed down at the sky and said in a hoarse voice, "Turn the heavens." The moment his voice echoed, the world rumbled. The world inside Wang Lin's pupils suddenly flipped. The sky became the earth, and the earth became the sky. The rain that was pouring down from the sky was swept back and collapsed with a loud bang. This was the change in the world inside his eyes, and it was also the change in the world he was on. The entire sky, filled with thunder, suddenly turned into the earth, and the earth became the sky. Everything reversed. The rain collapsed, the clouds collapsed, the thunder exploded, and the lightning moved. The earth that replaced the heavens and earth rumbled. As Wang Lin's right hand slowly pressed down, the earth rapidly pressed down. The land that replaced the sky. If anyone looked up, they could even see the seawater hanging upside down on the land. They could also see the mortal cities on the land, as well as the mortals walking in the rain. He could even see small beasts and pythons galloping in the water in the dense forest. They didn't seem to notice any of this at all. Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly. He clearly felt that once the heaven reversal stamp descended, it would be a destructive blow several times more powerful than any of his spells. He waved his right hand. The earth didn't press down, but instantly recovered. The sky was still the sky, and the earth was still the earth. The heaven reversal stamp doesn't only have one spell. If I compare it to the world, then the flesh and blood are the sky, and the organs are the earth. When reversed, the destructive power is countless times more powerful than the heaven reversal stamp. Wang Lin silently pondered for a moment. He suppressed the joy of comprehending the heaven reversal stamp and closed his eyes to deduce the second spell. When Wang Lin used the heaven reversal stamp, down Master Blue Dream's hand that was playing the zither on Mount Blue paused for a moment. 5 essences is indeed shocking. To be able to learn the heaven reversal stamp in 4 months. I thought he would need several years. Chapter 13:21. Most of the cultivation planets in the Blue Silk Clan star system had a rainy season. The rain would flow like a trickle, but sometimes it would pour down, making the earth moist. This kind of rainy season usually lasted for half a year before it ended. After that, different cultivation planets would welcome different seasons. After 7 months of rainy season, winter appeared on the planet where Wang Lin was comprehending the spell. The winter after the rainy season was very cold. Just as the ground became moist, it was immediately frozen by the snowflakes and cold air. Walking on the ground, one could clearly feel the cold air coming from the ground and drilling into one's body through one's feet. Even one's blood seemed to be frozen to the point that it slowed down. For mortals, this kind of season was very terrifying. However, the mortals on the Blue Silk Clan's planet were used to this kind of weather. With the help of the Blue Silk Clan's cultivators, it was like this every year, so there wasn't much hardship. Even some crops grew in this kind of winter. The colder it was, the better the harvest would be. Snowflakes fluttered, and ice covered thousands of kilometers. It was very beautiful. The mountain Wang Lin was on was white like a snowy mountain. Only a few black rocks peeked out from under the snow, forming decorations. telling the mountain's original color and memories as it waited for winter to pass. The snow at the top of the mountain was very thick, and it was crystal clear without a single footprint. Wang Lin was still sitting there with his eyes closed, covered by the snow. The ice sword and the vortex ball were still floating in the air, so the snow couldn't land on them. The moment it got close, it would go around them and fall. After comprehending the heaven reversal stamp, Wang Lin stayed on this mountain for another 4 months until winter arrived. The second spell, Light and Shadow Shield, contained a very blurry light. Wang Lin continued to deduce it, but he still couldn't figure it out. The scene of Dao Master Blue Dream using this spell replayed in his mind. On this day, Wang Lin opened his tired eyes. He stared at the snow before him and muttered, "There is light in my sundered night and the law of origin." However, that light comes from the sun, and Dao Master Blue Dream's spell has no connection to the law of origin. What it condenses is the light of all living things. What exactly is this light? As Wang Lin pondered, his divine sense spread out with this mountain as the center. His powerful divine sense spread out in all directions. It was as if he had thousands of incarnations and was walking in all directions. He saw white mountain peaks, snow on the ground, frozen rivers, and floating ice chunks in the sea. He saw the capital of mortals and the mortals in their houses. They held lights in their hands and surrounded the fireplace. That was a warm life. He saw the luxurious clothes and food of the rich. He saw the luxury of the mortal royal family. He saw the blue silk clan cultivators on this cultivation planet and heard the beautiful music they played. He saw the snow falling from the sky. He saw the fish that liked the cold in the frozen river. He saw the vegetation that grew in winter on the cold earth. He saw the hazy world, the endless stars, the cold wind, and the crystal clear snow. He also saw some small beasts and frozen bones. He saw everything. As Wang Lin's divine sense spread out, the entire cultivation planet appeared in his mind. He silently watched, silently observed, and silently became a part of the world until the winter slowly passed, and the snow on the earth showed signs of melting. It was unknown when, but Wang Lin saw light. From a mortal family of 3, he saw a warm light under the warmth of family love. The light was very weak, as if a gust of wind would dim it, but it was real. Slowly, he saw more and more light. He saw light on the bodies of 2 people who loved each other. He saw light on the bodies of the rich. Even on the corpses of the dead, he saw light. That light was filled with sorrow, unwillingness, and struggle. He also saw light on the bodies of the little beasts. Everything in the world, all living things, gave off light at this moment. The mountains, rivers, seas, earth, sky, all living things were filled with a faint light. Even the starry sky was emitting resplendent starlight, which he could gradually see clearly. In his mind, everything on the cultivation planet was filled with light. This light gradually increased until it was like a spark that could start a prairie fire. It filled Wang Lin's mind. He opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, all of the light he saw with his divine sense suddenly gathered toward him from all directions. It surrounded his body. Even the earth and the sky shined with light. The grass, trees, mountains, and rivers all shined with light. Even more light came from the stars. Even the mountain Wang Lin was sitting on began to give off light. This light surrounded Wang Lin, making him look like a blazing sun. Under the bright light, it gradually turned into a huge light shadow. This shadow was outside, and Wang Lin was inside. His eyes were filled with enlightenment, but there was still some confusion within that enlightenment. Is this life force? He silently pondered and waved his right hand. The shadow disappeared, the light disappeared, and everything returned to normal. In the end, he still didn't fully understand what this light was. Vaguely, there seemed to be a barrier that prevented him from continuing to gain enlightenment. If it didn't break through that barrier, he would never know. Wang Lin didn't know that this barrier was the door to the 3rd step. Very few people could feel this barrier, and even fewer people could break it in their lifetime. The 3 spells Dao Master Blue Dream had taught him had their own profound meaning. As the light disappeared, Wang Lin's gaze fell once more on the ice sword and vortex ball that hadn't changed at all when Dao Master Blue Dream left. Looking at these two items, Wang Lin let out a deep breath. Of the 3 spells, only the Dao spell was left. He reached out with his right hand, and the vortex ball flew into his hand. His eyes were like torches as he stared at it. This vortex ball was a fusion of Dao Master Blue Dream's Dao spell. It had condensed a spell even more powerful than Call the Wind and Summon the Rain, turning it into a world. This condensed power was the Dao spell he had taught Wang Lin. After carefully observing the ball between his fingers, 5 essences appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. These 5 essences rotated inside his eyes, and strands of invisible energy came from a ball toward Wang Lin's eyes. The ball gradually became smaller and smaller, and a few days later, the vortex ball completely dissipated. Wang Lin closed his eyes and silently sensed it. Dao spells were completely different from spells. Whether it was spells or spells, they were all forms that could be clearly seen. Whether it was offense or defense, they could all be seen. For example, the Heaven Reversal Stamp, the Light and Shadow Shield, all of these could be seen and turned into forms. As for Dao spells, they were invisible and indescribable. The first Dao spell Wang Lin had come into contact with was the old man's Dao Dispel in the 7-colored realm. That spell couldn't be resisted, and if it wasn't for the G realm and the heaven-defying bead, Wang Lin wouldn't have been able to resist it. The second Dao spell he came into contact with was a Dao spell he comprehended after entering the Dao realm with the help of the Lord of the Sealed Realm. This Dao spell was also difficult to explain and was incomplete. However, it allowed Wang Lin's Dao to create a strange ripple that could injure the enemy. Outside the demon sect, even the demon sect elders were unknowingly injured, so this was clear evidence of this. Right now, this was the 3rd time he came into contact with a Dao spell. His mind was immersed in a strange state. In this state, he vaguely felt like he could change any spell or matter. Compared to the previous 2 spells, this Dao spell didn't take too long for Wang Lin to comprehend. Dao spells were often like this. If you understood it, you understood it. If you didn't, you wouldn't understand it even after 1,000 years or 10,000 years. Closing his eyes, Wang Lin's right hand reached out and the ice sword landed in his hand. Although he didn't open his eyes, he felt like he wasn't holding a sword, but a cloud. As he felt it, crackling sounds came from the ice, and a large amount of cracks appeared. A moment later, it exploded into ice crystals. The ice crystals circled around Wang Lin's right hand. As they rotated, the ice crystals melted into drops of rain. The rain formed a vortex that rapidly rotated and dissipated into fog. The fog was like a small storm that howled around Wang Lin's right hand. The fog gradually disappeared and was replaced by a white cloud. Wang Lin held the white cloud and waved it. The white cloud slowly floated into the distance. Wang Lin opened his eyes and looked at the white cloud in the distance. He revealed a smile. This spell can fuse with spells. The first one I would fuse with is spatial bending. Although this spell is powerful and can instantly move through the endless stars, it has a fatal flaw. Once the origin energy of the world is disturbed, it can't be used. That woman in white stopped outside the Blue Silk clan. Only by completely shaking her off can I do as I please in the ancient star system. I need to absorb enough Joss flames to reach completion in my 5 essences. The fire of the Fire Sparrow clan and the thunder of the Scatter Thunder clan will all be nutrients for my essences to reach completion. Even the marks between the eyebrows of the people of the ancient star system seem to be mysterious. They seem to be able to devour each other and evolve toward perfection. What I want to know more is which clan does the scheming sovereign belong to? Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He had the origin soul of the white-haired elder of the Moon clan in his storage space. All the answers would be found in the elder's origin soul. Recently, the plot wasn't suitable for an explosion, so he was too embarrassed to ask for the monthly votes, even though he was very close to first place. The plot was brewing. Everyone knew that the most important thing to have an explosion was not only the number of words, but also the feeling. This required the plot to brew and couldn't explode at any time. This had its pros and cons, and it was unknown if it was good or bad. However, it would explode in the next few days. Chapter 1322. The 10,000-foot world shrank and disappeared into Wang Lin's body. However, at this moment, Wang Lin stood there in a daze, and it took a long time for him to recover. His expression was very strange, and there was a hint of disbelief in his eyes. While pondering, his body flickered and he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was back on the mountain on the cultivation planet. He sat down and was still in disbelief. Half an incense stick of time later, Wang Lin closed his eyes and his mind spread out. There was a vortex ball floating above his origin soul, and inside it was the wind and rain world. Although the wind and rain world was only 10,000 feet wide outside Wang Lin, it was boundless inside the vortex ball. Right now, it was like a world with many continents floating around it. These continents were formed by the collapse of the celestial sealing stamp. There were battle souls on these continents of different sizes. These battle souls didn't let out mournful cries, but they all sat down. A milky white aura came from their heads and was absorbed by the world. It unexpectedly entered Wang Lin's body and went toward his 5 essences. Wang Lin's 5 essences were like withered trees in the spring when this milky white aura surrounded them. They were filled with powerful vitality. This is... Wang Lin was still in shock. It was because he recognized this milky white aura that he was even more shocked. It was as if thunder was echoing in his mind. Wang Lin wasn't unfamiliar with this aura. In the demon spirit land, the statue formed by the ancient demon avatar also had this aura when it was worshipped by the Shursan clan. In the Cloud Sea, during the battle with Taoist water had absorbed this aura. The conversation between the Lord of the Sealed Realm and Tao Master Blue Dream's enlightenment all pointed to the key to becoming a 3rd-step cultivator, Joss Flames. What exactly were Joss Flames, and how were they born? Wang Lin didn't understand, but now he had inadvertently fused the wind and rain world with the celestial sealing stamp, creating this scene. This made him even more confused. These battle souls had all been killed by him, but now they had become his disciples. This was Wang Lin's fortune and a legacy of the Lord of the Sealed Realm. It was also a change that was almost impossible to reproduce. Not even Tao Master Blue Dream could have expected such a change from the Tao fusion he had taught Wang Lin. The celestial sealing stamp was refined by the Thunder Celestial Realm, and the Thunder Celestial Realm was one of the 4 celestial realms. Countless years ago, the Lord of the Sealed Realm tried to stop the celestial sealing stamp from absorbing Joss Flames. He wanted the inner realm to give birth to Joss Flames as well. Although the 4 celestial realms were destroyed, the continents in the celestial realms were the best material to give birth to Joss Flames. If this was it, there wouldn't be any Joss Flames. However, during the divine retribution, the celestial realm fragment had been refined by the divine retribution. It was as if the heavens were refining a treasure for Wang Lin, and it had refined the fragment into a treasure. The various things that gave birth to Joss Flames were refined once more under the divine retribution. Also, because Wang Lin had inadvertently used it as magic arsenal, the 18 layers of hell had absorbed the souls of all the people he had killed. They couldn't enter the reincarnation cycle and were imprisoned there. As time passed, they were gradually filled with Joss Flames created by the continent. However, if there wasn't an opportunity to activate it, it would slowly dissipate. Wang Lin wouldn't notice the abnormality of the battle souls. They would only be filled with Joss Flames and wouldn't emit any Joss Flames. This opportunity was Tao Master Blue Dream, helping Wang Lin fuse the Call the Wind and summon the rain into a realm. It was like finding a root for a rootless plant. In addition, when Wang Lin tried to fuse the magic arsenal celestial sealing stamp with this realm, there was a change and an opportunity like this. Although there weren't many battle souls in this realm, and the Joss Flames were very weak, far weaker than Taoist Water's 2 billion disciples, they were real Joss Flames. They were the key to reaching the 3rd step, and they were treasures that 3rd step cultivators fought over like crazy. Wang Lin's expression was very strange. He opened his eyes and silently pondered for a moment. He no longer thought about this matter. After all, the crisis from outside the Blue Silk clan had not passed yet. Even if he had inadvertently created such a treasure, it would be useless if he didn't solve the crisis from the woman in white. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his right hand reached at the void. A crack through his storage space opened and a giant finger bone slowly flew out. It floated in the air and looked like a continent. The entire ancient god finger bone was comparable to a cultivation planet. Although it was only half, the majesty it gave off was very strong. Wang Lin could clearly feel it from below. The ancient god aura inside the finger bone was very strong, almost solid, but he couldn't absorb it. There was a will inside that wouldn't allow others to devour it. Staring at the half finger bone, Wang Lin's ancient god stars appeared between his eyebrows. They slowly rotated as he tried to absorb it, but he failed in the end. Tuasan used his stars to devour the finger bone. This spell is very powerful, and he could devour third-step cultivators to strengthen his own stars. However, this ancient god finger bone contains a will, so it will be very difficult for Tuasan to devour it. Also, it's not like I can't absorb it. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his right hand reached toward the spatial rift once more. There was a flash of ghostly light, and the soul lasher flew out with a white-haired old man's origin soul. It landed before Wang Lin. The white-haired old man's origin soul was closed, and the crescent moon mark between his eyebrows was resisting the soul lasher. Since the moon-devouring clan has this ancient god fingerbone, they must have some way to use it. Wang Lin's gaze fell on the white-haired old man's origin soul. This person's cultivation was very high, comparable to the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor who had escaped from the Rain Celestial Realm. His cultivation was at the fourth heaven's blight. If Wang Lin encountered him alone, he would not be his match. However, this person was clearly inferior to Tua Sen's powerful attack. In the end, he was heavily injured by Tua Sen, and when his finger bone collapsed, he was heavily injured by the ancient god power that erupted from it. His body dissipated. Even his origin soul was seriously injured, which gave Wang Lin the opportunity to capture him. However, this old man's cultivation was very high, and his origin soul was solid, comparable to his body. If it wasn't for the Soul Lasher's strange ability to deal a fatal blow to the origin soul, Wang Lin wouldn't have been able to seal him. Staring at the white-haired old man's origin soul, Wang Lin's hand formed a seal and pointed forward. The Soul Lasher immediately shrank and released a dark golden light. The white-haired old man's origin soul immediately trembled and revealed a painful expression. He opened his eyes and coldly stared at Wang Lin. A mere 6-star ancient god. My moon-devouring clan killed many of you in the past. Even if you have the old man's origin soul, what can you do? The old man's origin soul has already become solid and is immortal. The old man sneered and closed his eyes. He no longer looked at Wang Lin and tried to circulate his origin energy. However, everything was sealed by the Soul Lasher. Wang Lin didn't speak and wave his right hand. There was a blood light and the blood sword appeared. He grabbed it and mercilessly stabbed at the white-haired old man's origin soul. With a bang, the blood sword pierced through the white-haired old man's origin soul. The old man let out a miserable scream and opened his eyes. He stared at Wang Lin, and as he screamed, Wang Lin used the blood sword to cut open the old man's origin soul. A large amount of origin soul essence leaked out and was devoured by Wang Lin. I can't kill you? A slave clan member dares to be arrogant? Wang Lin's voice was cold. As he spoke, he swung the blood sword again and slashed at the white-haired old man's origin soul. The old man screamed even louder and his body trembled. He stared at the blood sword in Wang Lin's hand and his eyes were filled with fear. What kind of sword is this? Wang Lin didn't answer the white-haired old man at all. His expression was cold as he continued to swing the blood sword at the white-haired old man's origin soul. As time passed, the old man's miserable screams became weaker and weaker. He vaguely knew what Wang Lin was planning. and his eyes were filled with fear. Wang Lin didn't kill him, but continued to weaken him. Under the soul lasher, the white-haired old man's origin soul couldn't recover. He could only watch in fear as his origin soul essence leaked out. He couldn't even self-destruct. Several hours later, the old man had reached his limit. His origin energy was leaking out, and his body was covered in wounds. The blood sword contained a suction force. Every time it slashed through his body, it would suck away a large amount of vitality. He was in so much pain that he was on the verge of death. Just at this moment, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. The moment he put away the blood sword, he raised his right hand and pressed down on the white-haired old man's origin soul. His divine sense shot out, and he began searching the old man's origin soul. The old man's originally weak screams became even more shrill. His body trembled, and his eyes were filled with madness as he resisted. However, just as he resisted, Wang Lin waved his left hand, and the blood sword appeared again. It pierced through the old man's origin soul. The old man's body trembled, and the resistance in his eyes collapsed. His eyes became dull, and his body gradually became transparent, as if he could dissipate at any moment. After a long time, Wang Lin raised his right hand, and his expression became extremely serious. The white-haired old man's origin soul was completely transparent and slowly dissipated. However, just as it dissipated, there was a flash of bloodlight, and the blood sword pierced through his head, completely destroying him. The moment he died, the white-haired old man's soul appeared on a continent in the wind and rain world inside Wang Lin's body. He sat there, and a shocking milky white aura came from his head. The moon-devouring clan is extremely large. Tuo Sun and I only destroyed one tribe. In the ancient star system, there are 3 more tribes. In the Eastern tribe, there is even an ancestor of the moon-devouring clan. This person is a third-step cultivator. In this old man's memory, he has never seen the sovereign. He only knows that the sovereign escaped from the inner realm with serious injuries and has been in closed-door cultivation to heal. Combined with Tao Master Blue Dream's words, the sovereign was forced to flee by a roar from someone in the inner realm. This is believable. The sovereign is in closed-door cultivation due to his injuries. I just don't know how much he has recovered. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes, and he looked up at the sky. It's time to leave. That woman in white must still be waiting outside. Chapter 1324. One of the ancient god slaves, the Moon Clan. After this clan betrayed the ancient gods, they called themselves the Moon Clan. The word devour pointed out the Moon Clan's desire to devour the gods. From then on, there was no more Moon Clan, but the Moon Clan. In addition, when the Moon Clan betrayed the ancient gods, they received help from a group of mysterious people. These people had powerful cultivation levels and amazing spells. They were completely different from the spells of the ancient star system, and their sealing spells were extremely proficient. With their help, the Moon Clan gained the confidence and will to betray the ancient gods. However, the identity of this group of mysterious people was something the entire Moon Clan couldn't guess. Even the third-step ancestor of the Moon Clan didn't know much about them. Rumor had it that this group of cultivators that suddenly appeared in the ancient star system had communicated with many clans, but they didn't seem to have anything to do with the 8 concubines of the ancient celestial realm. The word devour in the Moon Clan was created by this group of people, and they passed on a strange spell that allowed the Moon Clan to absorb the power of the ancient gods. Wang Lin began to ponder. He had searched through the white-haired old man's memories and obtained this spell. This spell wasn't complete. It was called the Green Cloud Spirit Spell, and not everyone could cultivate it. It required something called a spirit seed. When that group of people left, they left behind some of these spirit seeds inside the bodies of the Moon Clan members. They would gradually grow and split into more. The Moon Clan had relied on this Green Cloud Spirit spell to devour the ancient gods that died in the war. This allowed their clan to develop to its current state and become a large clan in the ancient star system. While pondering, Wang Lin's expression became gloomy. The more he knew, the more mysterious he felt. There was a layer of fog covering the world, and if he didn't break through this fog, he wouldn't know everything. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He waved his right hand and put the giant ancient Godfinger bone into his storage space. After organizing everything, he looked back at the earth and took a step forward. He left the cultivation planet and appeared in the Blue Silk Clan's star domain. The starry sky was bright, and as Wang Lin looked into the distance, he recalled the strange scene he saw with the woman in white. However, he had a guess in his heart. After a long time, Wang Lin suppressed the guess in his heart and silently looked toward Mount Blue. He vaguely felt like he could see Li Qianmei and Dao Master Blue Dream. With a complicated look in his eyes, Wang Lin sighed inwardly. He turned around and turned into a beam of light, speeding away from the Blue Silk Clan star field. Before Wang Lin left the Blue Silk Race's territory, ripples spread out under his feet as he moved forward. As they spread out, his body instantly dissipated, fusing with the world and disappearing without a trace. Only the ripples spread very far and gradually dissipated in the star domain. Wang Lin had left. The moment he left, Dao Master Blue Dream was still playing the zither on Mount Blue and didn't raise his head. Beside him, Li Qianmei was silently cultivating as if she didn't notice anything. Spatial bending merged with the world, and after a few breaths of time, ripples appeared in a part of the ancient star system. At the center of the ripples, a figure was about to appear. Outside the ripples, there was a woman in white floating there. It was unknown when she had appeared. It was as if she was outside the Blue Silk Clan, and the next moment she was standing here. She calmly looked at the ripples, waiting for the figure to appear. However, just at this moment, the ripples suddenly changed. The figure that was about to walk out seemed to take another step. In an instant, the ripples intensified and spread out. They became weaker and weaker until they disappeared into the starry sky. The woman in white's eyes revealed a strange gaze for the second time. She silently looked at where the ripples disappeared, and her body gradually turned into the void. In another part of the ancient star system, the woman in white appeared. The moment she appeared, she seemed to be able to predict the future, and another ripple appeared before her. However, just like before, the ripples immediately became violent. However, this time, the woman in white raised her right hand and waved her jade-like finger. Without a sound, the circular ripple suddenly paused, as if it had been cut by a sharp blade. It was split into two from the middle, and then it shattered. At the instant it shattered, the origin energy of the world in the area where the woman in white was suddenly rampaged, and it transformed into waves of roars that swept out to form a huge vortex that was hundreds of thousands of feet wide. This vortex rotated with rumbling sounds and swept up the world. All teleportation divine abilities would lose their effect within this vortex. The moment the ripples shattered and the vortex appeared, Wang Lin's figure appeared from the void. The five essences were hidden in his eyes, so he could see the woman in white inside the vortex. Wang Lin's expression was calm, and his voice was calm. "You've tried to stop me from leaving several times. What is your intention?" The woman didn't speak. She raised her right hand and pointed at Wang Lin. With this, the vortex rumbled and rotated even faster. The vortex reached its peak and shot toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin felt like he was stuck in a quagmire and couldn't break free from the vortex. The moment the vortex closed in, he waved his right hand and two deer appeared. They gave off 10 million rays of sword energy that swept toward the vortex. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the vortex paused for a moment. Wang Lin quickly retreated and was about to escape the vortex. The woman in white's expression was calm. She looked at the retreating Wang Lin and pointed forward with her right hand once more. With this one point, a large hand appeared in the space behind Wang Lin. This hand gave off a jade-like glow, and after it appeared, it grabbed Wang Lin. The large hand appeared too suddenly and was extremely fast. The moment it appeared, it grabbed Wang Lin and held him tightly in its grasp. At the same time, the woman walked forward and crossed the vortex. In the blink of an eye, she arrived before Wang Lin. There was less than 5 feet between them. All of this happened in a flash. It was unbelievably fast, and it was as if Wang Lin didn't have any ability to resist or fight back. Who exactly are you? Wang Lin didn't struggle and let the hand grab him. He coldly stared at the blurry woman in white and spoke. Imperial concubine Lu Lan. The woman in white looked at Wang Lin and spoke to Wang Lin for the first time. Her voice was very pleasant and had a strange charm to it. The 8 ancient concubines. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. The woman in white nodded and walked forward until she was less than 7 feet away from Wang Lin. There seemed to be a faint fragrance coming from her body that entered Wang Lin's nose, but he couldn't smell anything. I originally didn't want to absorb your essence now, but since you've discovered me, I can't wait any longer. The woman in white spoke softly. She was less than 7 inches away from Wang Lin, and the two of them were almost face to face. The woman in white's face didn't seem to be blurry anymore, and it clearly entered Wang Lin's eyes. The moment he saw the woman's face, Wang Lin's pupils shrank. His mind rumbled like thunder, and he was in a trance for a moment. The woman's face was Lim Yuan's. While Wang Lin was in a trance and his mind was shaken, the woman in white opened her mouth and gently inhaled. With one breath, the ancient god stars between Wang Lin's eyebrows suddenly appeared and rotated rapidly. There was a faint trace of golden smoke coming out from the stars. The woman in white's calm expression immediately became excited and greedy when she saw the smoke. She inhaled, and the golden smoke was about to be sucked into her mouth. However, at this moment, the trance in Wang Lin's eyes disappeared and were replaced with clarity. World. With one word, a cold wind came out of Wang Lin's mouth. There was a flash of ghostly light, and a ray of black light erupted from his body and swept out. The wind and rain world, the world that contained Wang Lin's disciples' Joss flames, erupted at this moment. The woman in white was too close to Wang Lin. At this moment, the ghostly light was blinding, and the wind and rain world spread out like crazy. In the blink of an eye, it covered 10,000 feet. The woman in white couldn't help but be pushed back by the wind and rain world. Her expression changed abruptly. At the same time, the golden smoke between Wang Lin's eyebrows shrank the moment the wind and rain world appeared. It wasn't absorbed by the woman in white at all, and all of it returned to his star. A monstrous blood light appeared, and the blood sword flashed out. It circled around Wang Lin's body and pierced through the illusory hand that grabbed his body. There was a thunderous rumble as the hand collapsed, and Wang Lin was freed. Everything that happened just now was deliberately done by Wang Lin. His goal was to know the identity of the woman in white and what she wanted to do. Only by knowing this could he calmly resist her. More importantly, this risk would confirm a speculation that Wang Lin had ever since he saw the woman in white. Although the woman in white was pushed back 10,000 feet by the wind and rain world, there was a flash of coldness in her eyes. She waved her right hand, and a thunderous rumble echoed. A giant spatial rift appeared and charged at Wang Lin as if it was going to devour everything. Her body took a step forward. Wang Lin sneered, and the 10,000 feet world around him shrank to form a barrier 100 feet around him. At the same time, he pointed at the sky and coldly said, "If your original body came, I naturally wouldn't be your match. However, this mere avatar can't fool my eyes." The moment Wang Lin spoke, the expression of the woman in white changed. She didn't expect Wang Lin to be able to see through her avatar. It must have been down Master Blue Dream. Who told you? The woman in white closed in as she spoke. Heaven reversal stamp. Wang Lin's right hand formed a palm, and he waved it down. The stars in his eyes reversed, and the outside world changed. Explode today, get monthly votes. I don't expect to get first. I just want to close the distance. Chapter 1325. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the entire star system suddenly changed. There was no sky and earth and space, but at this moment, Wang Lin seemed to contain the sky and earth. With a flip of his hand, countless shadows appeared around him. This phantom looked like a cloud, and as soon as it appeared, it filled the starry sky. The cloud churned and surged, and a violent rumble came from within. In just an instant, the cloud was split into two, and the thick fog inside sank, forming the ground. A light mist rose up from within, transforming into a sky in the starry sky and the land below. The sky and earth appeared. All of this happened in an instant. As the woman in white closed in with her spell, Wang Lin waved his right hand. The world rumbled and the earth turned upside down, turning into the sky. The sky rotated and became the earth. Even the white-clothed woman's body couldn't help but move along with it and move in reverse. You've been following me all this time and plotted against me. You deserve to die. Wang Lin mercilessly pressed down with his right hand. The earth that had become the sky suddenly sank and turned the world upside down. As it sank, the entire illusory world trembled violently. An indescribable pressure appeared, causing the expression of the woman in white to change. Tao Master Blue Dream's Heaven Reversal Stamp. He actually taught this spell to you. The woman in white stopped moving forward. At this moment, her body was reversed and her hands formed a seal. She whispered, an array of white light came from her body to resist the Heaven Reversal Stamp. However, the Heaven Reversal Stamp was one of Tao Master Blue Dream's great spells. When it was used, the world rumbled and the earth that had become the sky smashed down toward the sky below. The spatial crack the woman in white had created immediately collapsed. The white light emanating from his body also disintegrated at this moment. Her expression changed greatly. At this moment of crisis, she opened her mouth and spat out a jade pendant. The moment the jade pendant appeared, the entire world trembled. At the same time, the jade pendant floated before the woman in white and formed a white shield. Rumbling sounds instantly spread across the starry sky. The earth and sky overlapped at this moment, and the invisible pressure increased explosively, turning into even more intense rumbling sounds. The star system was about to collapse, and large amounts of cracks appeared. A moment later, everything disappeared. The illusionary world of clouds and mist disappeared the moment they overlapped with each other. However, the destructive force from when it existed still reverberated in the air. In the shattered star system, the woman in white's face was pale and her eyes were filled with killing intent. The jade around her allowed her to survive the Heaven Reversal Stamp. A mere projection avatar, only at the third heaven's blight, dares to plot against me. If it wasn't for the fact that your figure was so strange that no one could detect it, I would have already killed you. From the first time I noticed you, I had doubts in my heart. If you were really a third-step cultivator, how could you have let me go so easily? If you were really your real body, how could you have been so close to me without me smelling you? If you were really your real body, how could you have needed a treasure to resist the Heaven Reversal Stamp? Wang Lin sneered. His words were like knives that landed on the woman in white. This had always been his guess. Therefore, in order to prove his guess, he didn't choose to escape. Instead, he chose to fight the woman in white. If this person was really a third-step cultivator, then even if he used spatial bending, it would be difficult for him to escape. However, if this person wasn't, then he, Wang Lin, was not someone to be trifled with. You're just a projection avatar without a flesh and blood. You absorbed my so-called divinity and even wanted to use an illusion to imitate my mind. Just this alone is enough for you to die. As Wang Lin spoke, he stepped forward and waved his right hand. The wind and rain world around him suddenly expanded to 10,000 feet. The battle souls on the fragments flew out and let out mournful roars as they charged at the woman in white. The woman in white's expression was gloomy. She had to admit that she had underestimated Wang Lin. Encountering Wang Lin was a coincidence, and she thought it was foolproof. However, she didn't expect him to see through her the first time they met, and she was at a disadvantage the second time they met. Unfortunately, my true body can't come. Otherwise, there was a flash of coldness in the woman in white's eyes. However, when she saw the countless battle souls inside Wang Lin's wind and rain world, her expression changed once more. This is... While the woman in white was in shock, countless battle souls rushed out, and surrounded her. These battle souls were filled with milky white aura, and they began to attack. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the woman in white immediately retreated. Her hands formed a seal, and her right hand reached at the void. A ray of black light appeared in her hand. Light of spirit destruction. There was a flash of killing intent in the woman in white's eyes. She lowered her right hand and waved at the surrounding battle souls. The black light suddenly scattered, and the moment it collided with the battle souls, the wind and rain world shattered into tens of thousands of pieces that surrounded each battle soul to resist the black light. Thunderous rumbles echoed. The battle souls were all pushed back by the black light, but they weren't injured. All of their attacks were negated by the wind and rain world. The woman in white continued to retreat, and, in the blink of an eye, she had retreated tens of thousands of feet. Wang Lin stepped forward and closed in on the woman in white. The woman in white was protected by the jade, so she wasn't afraid of being injured. At this moment, she raised her right hand once more, and the black light condensed into a long, black sword. The moment the sword appeared, the sky changed colors, and space itself rumbled. The woman in white stared at Wang Lin and waved her right hand. The black sword charged toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. The moment the black sword closed in, his hands formed a seal, and he softly said, "Light and shadow shield." After he spoke, all the light in space closed in. The light from the stars, even the light from the dust, as well as the light that couldn't be seen by the naked eye, gathered around Wang Lin. As the light shined brightly, a giant shadow appeared. The black sword closed in and collided with the shadow. A heaven-shaking rumble echoed. The shadow around Wang Lin gave off a blinding light. When the black sword landed on it, most of the shadow collapsed, but it was pushed back by a reflective force. It changed direction and charged toward the woman in white. The moment the woman in white saw Wang Lin's light and shadow shield, her pupils shrank. She quickly retreated, but the black sword was too fast. It caught up and landed before her. A thunderous rumble echoed, and the woman in white's face became even more pale. The jade that was blocking the black sword weakened even more. However, this wasn't the end. The moment the black sword was reflected, Wang Lin's body flickered. His right hand reached at the void, and a monstrous blood light appeared. The blood sword appeared in his hand, and he mercilessly slashed forward. Die! With a roar, a monstrous blood light shined and turned into a monstrous killing intent that charged at the retreating woman in white. The woman in white's expression changed greatly. As she retreated, her hands formed a seal, and countless layers of protection appeared around her. However, the blood-red light was too fast. It descended with a loud rumble, directly activating countless layers of protection. When it collided with the jade pendant, a rumbling sound shook the heavens and the earth, and the starry sky trembled. The jade pendant emitted a clear, cracking sound, and a crack appeared on it. The woman in white coughed out a mouthful of blood and retreated even faster. Her figure became a blur, and she disappeared. When Wang Lin saw the woman cough out blood, his pupils shrank, and he was startled. According to his analysis, this woman was only a projection and didn't have a corporeal body. But now it looked like there was blood. However, he was in a battle and didn't have time to think. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with killing intent, and he chased after her with the blood sword in hand. The 5 essences in his eyes rotated like crazy, and he saw the woman in white once more. The blood sword mercilessly slashed down once more. Original body, save me. The woman in white had a mournful expression as she suddenly turned around and chanted a spell. She waved her hand, and the cracked jade before her shined brightly. A jade-white arm came out from the jade and gently pointed at Wang Lin. As soon as the arm appeared, the starry sky suddenly came to a halt. Everything went still, and all light grew dim. Everything lost all color as a result of the wave of the finger. It was as if the entire star system had been completely replaced by this arm. The trajectory of this finger collapsed. The moment this finger pressed down, a life and death crisis erupted from Wang Lin's body. This crisis was even stronger than what Taoist water felt back then. Wang Lin suddenly stopped moving forward. He didn't hesitate to wave his hand, and thousands of wind and rain realms appeared around him. They fused into one and surrounded him. At this instant, the light and shadow shield was used by Wang Lin once more. Shocking light surrounded him, and a giant light shadow appeared. Just at this moment, the jade white hand's index finger touched the light and shadow shield around Wang Lin. The light and shadow shield trembled as if it couldn't bear it anymore and began to collapse. When it collapsed, bursts of reflection force shot out to resist the finger. However, in the end, the finger didn't stop at all. It penetrated the light and shadow shield and caused it to completely disintegrate. The moment it disintegrated, the finger landed on the wind and rain world around Wang Lin. The moment it touched, the world trembled violently, and the countless battle souls inside let out mournful cries. Milky white aura spread out from their bodies and began to resist the finger. He was writing the third chapter. His monthly votes weren't even 80, so he was very depressed. He decided not to watch and just focused on writing. Chapter 13:26. However, the power of the finger was unimaginably powerful. After the light and shadow shield collapsed, the finger pressed down on the wind and rain world, causing the world to tremble as if it could collapse at any moment. The finger pressed down on the wind and rain world, creating a huge concave. The finger continued to press down, causing the world to tremble even more violently. The milky white aura resisted like crazy, trying to offset the power of the finger. Wang Lin quickly retreated. He could clearly feel that the wind and rain world wouldn't last much longer. At this moment of crisis, madness appeared in his eyes. He waved his right hand, and a crack to his storage space appeared. The moment the crack to his storage space appeared, the wind and rain world rapidly shrank and entered Wang Lin's body. As a result, the finger was no longer obstructed, and it pressed down on the spot between Wang Lin's eyebrows. However, the moment it closed in, Wang Lin let out a roar, and the giant ancient god fingerbone appeared from the storage space and blocked before Wang Lin. The jade white index finger pressed down on the ancient god fingerbone. A thunderous rumble echoed like crazy, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Wang Lin coughed out a large mouthful of blood and retreated along with the ancient god fingerbone. An invisible ray of light pierced through the ancient god fingerbone and pierced through Wang Lin's chest. At the same time, the ray of light pierced through Wang Lin's back. The moment the jade white finger touched the ancient god fingerbone, it was as if it had withstood a powerful force. The finger immediately became transparent, as if it was about to dissipate. Intense pain swept through everyone. Intense pain assaulted his body. If it was anyone else, their first thought would be to escape, but not Wang Lin. He didn't care about the pain at all. With a ferocious expression on his face, he raised his right hand, and a blood-red light gathered to form a blood sword in his hand. He mercilessly chopped down on the finger that had stopped. The blood sword flashed and landed on the finger. At the instant it closed in, the arm raised to grab the blood sword, but the moment it touched the finger, the blood sword pierced through the arm and sliced through it. A soft groan could be faintly heard as the arm split into two and disappeared from the world, as if it had never been there. The jade pendant in front of the white-robed woman exploded and turned into dust. The white-robed woman's face was pale, and she coughed up another mouthful of blood. She retreated hastily and merged with the world to escape. You can't escape. Wang Lin's chest was a bloody mess. Although the finger had been blocked by the light and shadow shield, the wind and rain world, and the ancient god fingerbone, a sliver of it had still pierced through Wang Lin's chest. If he was an ordinary cultivator, he would have been seriously injured if he didn't die. However, Wang Lin was an ancient god, so he had powerful recovery abilities. In just a moment, his wound had shown signs of healing. The moment the woman in white escaped, Wang Lin put away all his treasures and chased after her. Wang Lin searched for the ripples the woman in white created when she left. He merged with the world. He followed the ripples and chased after them. This was the complete opposite of what the woman in white and Wang Lin did before. They were being chased, but now it was the opposite. The woman in white was fleeing in panic, while Wang Lin chased after her with a ferocious expression. This woman's cultivation is strange. She looks like a projection avatar, but she has flesh and blood, as if she really exists. If that's the case, she must die. If I don't kill her while she is seriously injured, there will be endless trouble in the future. Also, this woman must have some secret. From the spell she used, she clearly summoned her original body. If it wasn't for the fact that my spells became stronger in the Blue Silk clan, I would have without a doubt died in this battle. This woman is more familiar with the ancient star system than me, so if I want to kill her, I must be quick. Otherwise, if she escapes to a place I can't find, everything will be for naught. While chasing, Wang Lin continued to merge with the world and began a crazy chase through the ancient star system. In a part of the ancient star system, ripples echoed and the woman in white staggered out. She revealed a rare look of panic and was about to teleport away. However, her expression immediately changed. She clenched her teeth and no longer teleported. Instead, she continued to merge with the world and quickly escaped. The moment she left, ripples appeared and Wang Lin's figure flashed. He didn't appear, but took a step forward and disappeared once more. The chase between the two was very short. In less than half an incense stick of time, they had crossed paths several times, and the time between them was getting shorter and shorter. The woman in white was very anxious. Wang Lin's relentless pursuit put a lot of pressure on her. In the past, this would have been impossible, but now, she was getting more and more anxious. 3 more teleportations, and I'll be safe. Only 3 more. The woman in white appeared in a part of the galaxy. Her face was pale, and the moment she appeared, she was about to continue moving away. However, at the instant ripples appeared under her feet, the world she was in immediately trembled. Endless thunderous rumbles echoed, and endless thunderous bolts descended. They surrounded the area and formed a huge vortex. They stirred up the power of the world and forcibly stopped the woman in white from leaving. As her expression changed greatly, Wang Lin walked out from the void with a cold expression. Without a word, he waved his right hand and clouds filled the star system. The clouds formed the heaven reversal stamp once more. As the reversal continued, the world overlapped and a thunderous rumble echoed. The woman in white coughed out blood and quickly retreated. However, just as she retreated, a bloody light flashed behind her and pierced through her back. As she let out a miserable scream, her white robe turned into blood and a large amount of distortions appeared around her body. Countless images flashed through the distortions. In one of the images, a woman was kneeling on the ground. A white, jade-like hand reached out from the void and pressed between her eyebrows. In just a moment, the distorted images collapsed and an extremely dense, milky white aura came from the top of her head. This aura was almost corporeal, and there was a faint, golden line inside. This milky white aura was not unfamiliar to Wang Lin. It was the power of his disciples' Joss flames. However, the strength of her Joss flames shocked him. Her Joss flames were comparable to nearly 30% of Wang Lin's wind and rain world. The milky white aura filled the top of the woman's head. The wound caused by the blood sword instantly stopped bleeding. She quickly retreated, and as she was surrounded by the milky white aura, she completely ignored the chaotic flow of origin energy around her as she retreated. She merged with the world once more and disappeared. If this woman can become the soul of my wind and rain world. Wang Lin's heart skipped a beat. The moment the woman in white left, he disappeared with her and chased after her once more. In the northwest region of the ancient star system, there was a cultivation planet where the demonic Scorpion clan was located. The demonic Scorpion clan wasn't a big clan, but their ferocious reputation was well known. At this moment, in the demonic Scorpion clan's star system, ripples echoed outside a cultivation planet. The woman in white weakly stepped out and coughed out blood from the corner of her mouth. After she appeared, She was about to teleport away without any hesitation. 2 more times. After 2 more times, I'll be there, and there will be no more danger. However, just as she was about to teleport away, a ray of blood-red light shot out from the void and headed straight for the center of her brows. The blood-red sword was too fast, and the woman in white didn't have time to dodge, much less teleport away. In this moment of danger, the milky white aura suddenly spread out and blocked in front of him. It collided with the blood sword with a bang. The blood sword penetrated the milky white aura, but its direction was changed, and it pierced through the woman's right shoulder. The woman let out a miserable scream and quickly retreated. She viciously stared ahead, but she could no longer raise her right arm. Just at this moment, Wang Lin walked out from the void, and his right hand mercilessly reached toward the woman. "Where do you think you're going?" Just as it was about to grab the woman bit the tip of her tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood fused with the milky white aura around her, and an earth-shattering rumble rang out as a shockwave spread out. The woman was thrown away by the shockwave. She dodged Wang Lin's grab and flew toward the cultivation planet below. At the same time, the woman let out a mournful scream. "Where is the demonic scorpion clan? I'm one of Imperial Concubine Land's avatars. I order all of you to quickly stop this person." The moment her voice echoed, the auras of cultivators rushed out from the planet below. In an instant, thousands of cultivators flew out from the planet. The moment these cultivators appeared, they charged toward Wang Lin without hesitation to block him. The woman in white swallowed a pill and looked viciously at Wang Lin. She was about to teleport away once more. How could Wang Lin let her escape? He waved his right hand, and his body expanded like crazy. In the blink of an eye, he turned into his 10,000-foot ancient god body. He raised his right hand and mercilessly threw a punch at the void before him. With one punch, the world rumbled, and the entire star system seemed like it was going to collapse. A giant crack appeared and extended endlessly, as if space itself was going to be split open. The moment the crack appeared, the woman in white, who had merged with the world, was forced out by the crack. Her face was pale, and she retreated. As Wang Lin charged forward, the thousands of cultivators' spells and magical treasures arrived. However, Wang Lin didn't even look at them as he charged forward. Everything in the world closed in and formed a light shadow around him. All spells and magical treasures were reflected when they collided with this light shadow. Under this reflection, Wang Lin was like a person made of light. As he moved forward, miserable screams echoed. The cultivators were injured by their own spells, and some of them had their bodies crushed by Wang Lin's impact. In a flash, Wang Lin closed in. He raised his right hand and threw a punch at the retreating woman in white. "I haven't looked at the monthly votes and don't know how many I have. I'll continue to write the 3rd chapter. I hope I won't be too disappointed when I finish writing the 4th chapter." Chapter 13:27. Whether it was an army or thousands of cultivators, even the other cultivation planets in the Devil Scorpion clan noticed, and a large amount of cultivators flew out. However, at this moment, the woman in white felt like she and the 10,000-foot figure of light were the only ones left in the world. No one could stop that punch for her. During this moment of crisis, even more milky white aura came from her body. As Wang Lin's fist closed in, the milky white aura rushed into the spot between her eyebrows. A mark unexpectedly appeared on the originally smooth spot between her eyebrows. This was a river-shaped mark that gave off red, yellow, and blue lights. The moment the mark appeared, a forgotten memory appeared in the woman in white's mind. In that memory, she knelt on the ground and was chosen as the River Clan's holy maiden. On the day she received the inheritance, a pure white hand appeared in front of her. This hand was warm, and when it touched the space between her eyebrows, the mark of her clan was wiped away. "From now on, you'll be one of my avatars. Use your body to nourish my avatar projection and help me heal. You will also become my Joss Flame disciple." This memory flashed through her mind, but she didn't have time to think too much. The moment the mark appeared between her eyebrows, The milky white gas around her turned into a vortex. The vortex collided with Wang Lin's fist. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the starry sky trembled. The white-robed woman coughed out a mouthful of blood, and her face turned pale. She was flung away, but at the instant she was flung away, the milky white aura wrapped around her, breaking through all barriers and merging with the world. Wang Lin's right hand trembled, and his eyes revealed a strange light. The moment the woman in white disappeared, he took a step forward and also disappeared. After he left, the light disappeared, leaving behind countless corpses and the shocked cultivators of the Devil Scorpion clan. In the eastern part of the ancient star system, the milky white aura appeared. The woman in white was like a dried-up oil lamp. After she appeared, she didn't hesitate to take the last step. One final teleportation. Go there, and I'll be saved. However, the moment the white-robed woman took a step forward, the world rumbled, and there seemed to be a faint roar. The galaxy trembled, and blood-red light came from all directions. It turned into countless sharp swords that tore through the galaxy and shot towards the white-robed woman. The woman in white did not even look at them. She only looked at Wang Lin, who was chasing after her, and her eyes were filled with resentment and mockery. The moment the swords pierced through her, her body gradually became transparent. She allowed the swords to pass through her body, but they were unable to harm her at all. This time, I'll let you go for now, but next time, you'll definitely die. Take care of your divine name. It won't be long before we meet again. The woman in white said coldly, just as her body was about to become transparent and disappear. But what answered him was Wang Lin's raised right index finger and an even colder voice. Fixed body magic. The moment he said this, the world suddenly stopped moving. Even the woman in white, who was about to become transparent, stopped moving. The coldness and mockery from before still remained in her eyes. Everything in the world stopped moving. The moment it stopped, Wang Lin closed in without any hesitation. He raised his right hand and grabbed at the woman in white. The 5 essences in his eyes rotated rapidly, and a part of them gathered in Wang Lin's right hand. This caused his grab to break through everything. As the ripples continued to distort, he grabbed the woman in white's transparent body and pulled her out of the void. I told you, you can't escape. As he grabbed the woman in white, the fixed body magic dissipated. The woman's body quickly turned from transparent to corporeal, and her eyes were filled with disbelief and terror. Wang Lin's body had returned to normal. His right hand grabbed the woman in white, and he raised his left hand to search her soul. However, a thick, milky white aura rushed out from the woman in white's body. It didn't attack Wang Lin, but destroyed the woman in white. There was no time to search her soul, and Wang Lin was even more reluctant to give up on the woman's soul. The moment the milky white aura destroyed her soul, Wang Lin's right hand flashed red, and the blood sword pierced through the woman in white's head. He destroyed her origin soul before the milky white aura could reach her. This kind of action was stealing souls from reincarnation, stealing Joss flames from the ancient imperial concubine lawn. The moment the woman in white trembled and died, a woman's soul appeared in Wang Lin's wind and rain world. A powerful surge of Joss flames came from the woman's soul and was absorbed by Wang Lin. After the woman in white died, her body immediately melted into a pool of blood. However, at this moment, a golden line flashed out from her body and shot into the void. This golden line was the projection avatar of Imperial Concubine Lawn, one of the 8 ancient concubines. Now that the woman in white was dead, the golden line was going to break through the void and return to Imperial Concubine Lawn, who was healing. Wang Lin suddenly raised his head and slashed at the golden line with the blood sword in his hand. However, what was extremely strange was that the invincible blood sword penetrated the golden line without hurting it at all. The golden line didn't seem to be something from this world. It had no substance, and no magic treasures could hurt it. The golden line flew further and further away and was about to disappear. Just at this moment, Wang Lin's mind trembled. The crack in his storage space opened uncontrollably, and a woman walked out. This woman was wearing silver, and she was the silver corpse. She walked out of the storage space in a strange manner and stared at the golden thread that was gradually disappearing into the distance with a deep look of confusion on her face. Seeing that the golden thread had already broken through the void and disappeared without a trace, the silver-clothed woman gently raised her right hand and casually grabbed at the void. The starry sky rumbled, and the golden line that disappeared into the void seemed to reverse time. It reappeared, and it struggled to no avail. It quickly closed in on the silver-robed woman and was caught by her hand. The moment the golden line fell into the woman in silver's hand, it immediately trembled violently, as if it was extremely afraid and didn't dare to struggle at all. The woman in silver silently looked at the golden line in her hand. After a long time, her eyes were still filled with confusion, and she gently squeezed it. With this squeeze, the golden line immediately collapsed and turned into a golden mist that entered the woman in silver's orifices as if it was being devoured by her. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed as he looked at the scene before him. He had long suspected the identity of the woman in silver, but there were too few clues to know her identity. However, when Taoist Water's expression changed greatly when he saw the woman in silver, Wang Lin knew that the identity of the silver corpse was not ordinary. How could such a person become a corpse refined by the Cultivation Alliance? How did the Cultivation Alliance obtain it? Wang Lin looked at the familiar silver corpse. Her eyes were still filled with confusion as she looked into the distance. It was unknown what she was thinking. After a long time, Wang Lin calmly said, "Do you remember who you are?" The woman in silver silently pondered as she looked back at Wang Lin. The confusion in her eyes became even stronger, and she gently shook her head. "I just felt that the aura of that golden line was very familiar." Wang Lin's eyes lit up an undetectable amount. He carefully looked at the woman in silver and suddenly said, "You can't be one of the 8 ancient imperial concubines, right?" As he spoke, his gaze was like lightning as he stared at the woman in silver's eyes. When the woman heard the words, 8 ancient imperial concubines, the confusion in her eyes became even stronger, and she softly said, "No memory. Since I awakened, I can't remember." She revealed a painful expression as she shook her head and walked toward the storage space. It was as if only there could she stop thinking about herself and silently cultivate. However, the moment she entered the storage space, the woman in silver paused and a hint of clarity appeared in the confusion in her eyes. She hesitated for a bit and turned to look at Wang Lin. "Although I can't remember a lot of things, I vaguely know something. I can see that you have some Joss flames in your body. I vaguely remember that Joss flames are kind of poison. It's a big scam. I seem to have lost everything because of it." The storage space shrank when a woman in silver entered and disappeared. However, her words set off a huge wave in Wang Lin's heart, and his eyes shined brightly. He had learned from the Lord of the Sealed Realm, from the battle with Taoist Water, and from Tao Master Blue Dream, that Joss flames were the key to reaching the 3rd step and nourishing one's essence. Gradually, he came to the same conclusion. But now, the silver-robed woman's words were the complete opposite. For no reason, Wang Lin felt a chill in his body. He looked up at the stars and began to ponder. Poison. Scam. After pondering a bit, Wang Lin merged with the world. The woman in white is dead and has become the soul of my wind and rain world. In the ancient star system, no one should notice me for a while. This gives me a chance to complete my essence. Wang Lin merged with the world, and his divine sense spread out. According to the memories of the Outer Realm cultivators I devoured, there is no 3rd step cultivator in the Scatter Thunder clan. In the clan, there's a bolt of lightning that has existed since the beginning of time. That bolt of lightning hasn't been extinguished for tens of thousands of years, and it is the holy treasure of the Scatter Thunder clan. It is also the source of power for the entire Scatter Thunder clan. If I devour this thunder, it should allow my thunder essence to evolve. As for the Joss flames, which one of them is the real one? Wang Lin used spatial bending and appeared in an unfamiliar star domain. His eyes lit up and revealed a flash of coldness. It doesn't matter if it's true or false. I have to be extremely vigilant. I have never relied on any Joss flames. I have comprehended my own Tao. Even my essence was comprehended by myself, not by Joss flames. Wang Lin merged with the world once more and charged toward the Scatter Thunder clan in his memories. I finally finished writing 12,000 words in 4 chapters. I had sat there for more than 10 hours, drank 3 koshas, and smoked 2 boxes of cigarettes. I was in a daze and felt like I was going to explode. I felt like I had drunk too much, my head was dizzy, my hands were sore, and it was very uncomfortable. In particular, there was too much smoke in my small study room, making me feel like I was becoming a celestial. I finally know that becoming a celestial is really King uncomfortable. Chapter 1328. In the vast ancient star system, there was a star domain filled with thunder. This was where the famous Scatter Thunder clan was located. The Scatter Thunder clan's star domain looked like a giant thunder lake from afar. Even from far away, one could clearly hear the thunderous rumbles. All fierce beasts and cultivators would avoid this thunderous rumble. If an outsider came without the Scatter Thunder clan's token, they would immediately be attacked by the Thunder Lake. Millions, tens of millions of bolts of thunder descended at the same time, and their power was heaven-shaking. This was one of the reasons why the Scatter Thunder clan could become a powerful clan in the ancient star system, even though they didn't have a third-step cultivator. Similarly, the Scatter Thunder clan had a glorious past. Countless years ago, they were a clan that could leave treasures in the realm's sealing formation. There was a bolt of thunder in the Scatter Thunder clan that had existed for tens of thousands of years. This bolt of thunder came from the void and constantly rumbled. The Scatter Thunder clan had built a temple to worship the thunder. The temple was a forbidden area of the Scatter Thunder clan, and it was very heavily guarded. It was very difficult for ordinary clan members to take half a step inside, and there were generations of elders guarding it. Although there were no third-step cultivators, there was one person in the Scatter Thunder clan who had reached the 5th heaven's blight. He was the strongest person under third-step cultivators. For Wang Lin, the Scatter Thunder clan was like an iron wall. There were many powerful people here, just like the Tattoo clan. They could set off a war in the inner realm by themselves. All the members of the Scatter Thunder clan cultivated the Tao of Thunder. They believed that thunder was split into 6 paths, and if they could cultivate all 6, they could break through the heavens and obtain the inheritance of thunder. They could obtain the thunder essence and climb into the 4 realms of nirvana tribulant. However, from ancient times until now, there were simply too few people who could reach the nirvana divine retribution realm. In the countless years of the Scatter Thunder clan, only one person had become a third-step cultivator at the peak of the clan. Although this was the case, if one didn't have a third-step cultivation, it would be extremely difficult to break into the Scatter Thunder clan. Wang Lin calmly stood outside the Scatter Thunder clan's star domain. Before him was the boundary of the Scatter Thunder clan. Thunder rumbled inside the star domain like silver snakes dancing. A single glance was enough to shock most cultivators, and they did not dare to take half a step forward against the heaven and earth thunder. This place was countless times more powerful than the Thunder Lake Wang Lin had encountered in the Luo Tian star domain. Even before he got close, he could feel all the hairs on his body being pulled in by a magnetic force, swaying left and right. Even the starry sky outside the Thunder Pond star field was filled with the power of thunder and lightning, and sparks would occasionally appear. If it was back in all heaven, even though Wang Lin had devoured half an ancient thunder dragon and obtained his thunder origin soul, it would be extremely difficult to enter this land filled with thunder. It was likely he would be pushed back along the way, and if he tried to force his way in, the Scatter Thunder clan wouldn't even need to act. Just the thunder alone would be enough to kill him. However, now that he had absorbed the thunder from the Scatter Thunder clan statue, devoured the Tao fruit, and formed the thunder essence during this life and death crisis, Wang Lin's control over thunder had reached a terrifying degree. He silently looked ahead, and after a long time, he entered the Scatter Thunder clan's star domain. The Scatter Thunder clan didn't have any clan members guarding the outside, So this naturally existing lightning pool was the best formation. Wang Lin's speed wasn't fast, and he slowly moved forward. His arrival didn't attract the attention of the Scatter Thunder clan at all. Wang Lin used the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn to cross the 50-kilometer distance. He walked forward step by step, and with every step he took, the hair on his body trembled. Strands of thunder came from his body and surrounded every pore on his body. His mind was calm, without any joy or sorrow. It was as if he had entered a state of emptiness. In his eyes, there was no Scatter Thunder clan before him, only the endless Thunder Lake. Within the Thunder Dominion, there was a bolt of inextinguishable lightning that connected the heavens and earth, the one that descended when the heavens opened. After crossing 50 kilometers and entering the boundary of the Scatter Thunder clan, the Thunder Lake trembled and endless roars of thunder echoed. Everything before Wang Lin was replaced by thunder and unexpectedly lit up the surrounding space. It was as bright as day on a cultivation planet. The bolts of thunder moved through the Thunder Lake like silver dragons. They surrounded Wang Lin and let out thunderous roars. Wang Lin's left foot was in the Thunder Lake, and half his body was in the Thunder Lake. Endless silver arcs of lightning instantly closed in on his left foot. As they surrounded him, they spread through his entire body. If it was anyone else, their flesh and blood would immediately explode when the lightning surrounded them, and their origin souls would be destroyed because they could not withstand the indescribable power of lightning. Even their storage space would be destroyed by this thunder, and all treasures would lose their effect. Wang Lin closed his eyes, and his body was surrounded by thunder. The thunder and lightning from the Thunder Lake were like a big mouth that devoured Wang Lin. This caused his body to be surrounded by endless thunder. Thunderous rumbles continued to echo. Wang Lin's body remained motionless, as if he had half a foot in the Thunder Lake. Time slowly passed, and in a flash, one incense stick of time passed. Just at this instant, the Thunder Lake began to fluctuate like waves. Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes, and a thunder mark flashed in his right eye. In an instant, it flashed thousands of times. Every time it flashed, the roar of the thunder would become stronger. In an instant, the world was replaced by the roar of thunder. Wang Lin stepped forward and entered the Scatter Thunder clan's Thunder Lake. The moment he entered, the Thunder Lake of the Scatter Thunder clan rumbled, and a large amount of silver lightning snakes moved like crazy. Wang Lin slowly walked forward. As he walked, all the thunder under his feet seemed to be cheering and quickly entered his body. At this moment, Wang Lin was like a thunder celestial. Thunder entered his body and gathered in his right eye. The thunder mark in his right eye became more and more clear. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Lin entered the depths of the Scatter Thunder clan's Thunder Lake. There was even more thunder here, and the rumbles were heaven-shaking. Lightning formed a net that covered everything. Divine sense couldn't penetrate here, and one's gaze would be torn apart. Wang Lin sat down and silently cultivated. More and more thunder gathered around him. The thunderous rumbles became even more intense and stirred up the Thunder Lake. Wang Lin's aura slowly disappeared as if it had been extinguished. Although he was sitting there, if someone closed their eyes before him, they wouldn't be able to detect him at all. At this moment, Wang Lin had become a bolt of lightning that had fused with the Thunder Lake. After a long time, a thunder mark came out from Wang Lin's right eye. It was so fast that it instantly entered the Thunder Lake and moved into the distance. This lightning mark looked like an ordinary bolt of lightning, but as it moved forward, all the lightning within the pool of lightning had to make way for it, guiding it. This caused the speed of this lightning to become faster and faster. This seemingly endless Thunder Lake was a giant ring. In the deepest part, there was no lightning. There were 16 cultivation planets here. From afar, these cultivation planets were filled with thunder. They looked like thunder stars formed by thunder. They were arranged in a circle, and in the center of the circle, there was a broken, floating continent. This broken continent fragment seemed to have been forcefully broken out of a complete continent by someone. It was irregular in shape, and there were countless rocks floating around the edge. This broken continent was completely black and didn't have the slightest bit of vitality. However, every member of the Scatter Thunder clan knew that this broken continent was the holy land of the Scatter Thunder clan. There was a heaven-piercing temple on that continent. A bolt of thunder descended from the void and landed on the temple. It had never stopped for tens of thousands of years. This bolt of thunder was completely black, but if one looked closely, they would see that it contained many colors. These colors intersected to form thunder. At this moment, on one of the 16 cultivation planets, there was an earth-yellow planet covered in thunder. There were countless caves that had been opened up on this planet. There were tens of thousands of caves, large and small. They were where every adult member of the Scatter Thunder clan cultivated. In the Scatter Thunder clan, once they reached adulthood and reached a certain level of cultivation, they would leave their mother planet and go to the other cultivation planets, such as Serene. There, they would find their own cave, inherit a cave given to them by others, create their own cave, or steal. Clan members could fight among themselves, but they weren't allowed to kill each other. Once someone died, they would be severely punished, but as long as they didn't die, there would be no problem. This cruel method allowed them to cultivate generations of outstanding clan members. The weak would be eliminated. At this moment, on this earth-yellow planet, there was a young man in black with a bloody chest. He was walking on a plane with his head lowered. The earth before him had no end, just like his current mood. There was a hint of sadness in his cowardice. I hate that my talent isn't high. I hate that I'm a cultivator, and I hate that I'm a member of the Scatter Thunder clan, the young man muttered, and his expression became distorted. The excitement in his heart affected his injuries, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. The young man fell to the ground with a miserable smile as he looked at the flashes of thunder in the sky. The sadness in his eyes became even stronger. I don't want to be a cultivator. I want to live a mortal life. The young man's eyes gradually became unfocused, but he struggled to raise his right hand. He stared at his finger, and madness appeared in his eyes. He used the last of his strength to reach toward the lightning mark between his eyebrows and pull. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. He unexpectedly tore off the Scatter Thunder clan mark between his eyebrows. As he laughed brokenly, he gradually closed his eyes. He did not see that at the instant he closed his eyes, a bolt of lightning had broken through space and appeared in the sky. As if it had noticed his existence, it paused for a moment before charging towards the wound at the center of his brows. Chapter 1329. The lightning descended and entered between the young man's eyebrows. His body trembled, and his soul and vitality that were about to dissipate suddenly stopped. Then they rapidly shrank as if they were being imprisoned. The gash between his eyebrows healed rapidly. Even a mangled flesh on his body recovered in a short period of time. The lightning mark between his eyebrows appeared once more and gave off a ghostly glow. After a long time, the young man slowly opened his eyes. There was no longer any weakness or sorrow in his eyes. There was only coldness and ancientness in them. His gaze seemed to have seen through everything in the world, seen through the true meaning of life, and lived through countless years. A cold presence spread out from the young man's body the moment he opened his eyes. He had fallen on a patch of grass, and the grass immediately trembled and fell as if they did not dare to straighten their backs before him. This body is not bad. The young man sat up, turned his head, and stood up. A powerful cultivation circulated in his body. Heaven and earth force gathered from all directions, but in the end, it stopped at the core formation level. It did not change or increase in strength. He was Wang Lin. To be more accurate, it was a part of Wang Lin's origin soul that had possessed this body. His body was still inside the infinite Thunder Lake, fusing with the Thunder Lake. Wang Lin wasn't arrogant enough to think he could fight the entire Scatter Thunder clan by himself. The Scatter Thunder clan was one of the big clans in the ancient star system, so they must have a lot of powerful people. If Wang Lin charged in and absorbed the eternal thunderbolt, what awaited him would be death. Therefore, Wang Lin had long planned to possess the body of a member of the Scatter Thunder clan and then absorb the eternal thunderbolt. If he pretended to be a member of the Scatter Thunder clan, there would be no flaws. He was someone who could control thunder. In particular, he had possessed the body of someone who hadn't died yet. So, it was even more foolproof. In fact, indirectly, Wang Lin could be said to have saved this person's life. After he absorbed the undying thunder and left, this person could regain control of his body. Moreover, because of how long Wang Lin existed, this person would obtain a great fortune. With Wang Lin's cultivation, he could ignore the restrictions of the fusion period after possession. Moreover, he did not intend to truly possess the body. After searching through the memories of this body, Wang Lin learned that his name was Yufei. He was a very ordinary cultivator of the Scatter Thunder clan. His parents had died a long time ago, leaving him alone. After he reached the core formation stage, he inherited the cave his parents had left him. This abode was located next to a spirit vein, so it could be considered to be a relatively good abode. However, with his cultivation, he naturally wouldn't be able to keep it for too long. Merely 3 days after obtaining the inheritance, it was forcefully snatched away and driven away. For the next 200 years, his cultivation level remained stagnant. If it wasn't for the fact that the Scatter Thunder clan's body could increase his lifespan, he would have died a long time ago. However, these 200 years were extremely painful for him. He was bullied by his clan members, and the pain was unbearable. In particular, he had recently attached himself to a nascent soul cultivator in his clan. This nascent soul cultivator was the person who had taken away his cave. Inside the cave was a thunder fruit branch that Yufei's parents had left for him. The nascent soul cultivator had Yufei plant a thunder fruit for him. For members of the Scatter Thunder clan, eating this thunder fruit would allow them to open more clan marks and increase their lifespan. However, in order for the thunder fruit to mature, it required a cultivator at least at the core formation stage to constantly nourish it with the power of thunder. Yufei knew that his cultivation level had stagnated and his lifespan was almost up. After hesitating for a bit, he had eaten one of the 9 thunder fruits he had planted, but this had caused a disaster. If it wasn't for the fact that members of the Scatter Thunder clan couldn't fight to the death, he would have already been killed. Although he didn't die, he suffered great humiliation and was seriously injured. His cultivation had been sucked away, and he was driven away by the nascent soul cultivator. Yufei's memory was very short and was filled with too much negative emotions. There was also a monstrous hatred. He hated himself, hated the Scatter Thunder clan, hated all his clan members, and his personality was twisted. Wang Lin's divine sense left Yufei's memory, and his eyes lit up. Thunder fruit. Open more clan marks. After Wang Lin arrived in the ancient star system, he had devoured a lot of cultivators and had become a lot more familiar with the cultivation methods of the ancient star system. The ancient star system was completely different from the inner realm. They didn't cultivate domains, and all their cultivation came from a mark between their eyebrows. This mark was an inheritance, and the more they opened, the higher their cultivation level would be. He touched the thunder mark between his eyebrows. This mark was formed by Wang Lin himself. Although it looked the same as the Scatter Thunder clan's mark, it was very different. The Scatter Thunder clan's mark was obtained from the Eternal Thunderbolt. If the Eternal Thunderbolt was a living being, then all the marks between the eyebrows of the Scatter Thunder clan members were branches of that living being. However, the mark between Wang Lin's eyebrows was formed by himself. In terms of level, it was far higher than the mark of the Scatter Thunder clan and was on the same level as the Eternal Thunderbolt. I need to study this thunder fruit. Also, I don't know much about the Scatter Thunder clan due to Yufei's cultivation level. That nascent soul cultivator might only know a bit more. Wang Lin stepped forward as he pondered. He flew toward the cave in Yufei's memory. This cultivation planet was very large, so Wang Lin wasn't in a rush to teleport. Instead, he scanned the planet, and his divine sense spread out to observe. Shortly after, 3 rays of light appeared before Wang Lin. There was 1 man and 2 women inside the 3 rays of light. The man was wearing white and was very handsome. The 2 women behind him were also very beautiful. The 3 of them stood on flying swords and seemed to be talking and laughing. The man's cultivation level was good. He was at the late stage of core formation. As for the 2 women, they were at the early stage of core formation. The man's gaze swept the area, and he immediately saw Wang Lin flying in the distance. When he saw Wang Lin fly past him without even looking at him, he frowned. "You Fei, come here." Wang Lin pretended not to hear him, and his divine sense swept the planet. He seemed to have found some secrets about this cultivation planet. As he moved forward, the man in white saw that Wang Lin was ignoring him. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes, and he let out a cold snort. He changed directions and charged toward Wang Lin. He waved his right hand, and a flying sword filled with thunder flew out from his bag of holding. It shot toward Wang Lin. "You Fei, you have guts. You saw this lord and didn't come to greet him." The thunder sword rumbled, but when it closed in on Wang Lin, it trembled and stopped in the air. Wang Lin withdrew his divine sense and coldly looked at the man in white. Are you talking to me?" Anyone could say such a simple sentence, but when it came from Wang Lin's mouth, even though he looked like Yu Fei, the coldness in his eyes was like countless ice swords that turned into a storm that swept the world. The man in white was the first to bear the brunt. The moment he saw Wang Lin's eyes, the golden core in his body rumbled, and he felt as if he had been struck by thunder. It was as if he had fallen into endless coldness. He felt as if his entire body had been seen through by Wang Lin, and there was no longer any secret he could hide. What terrified him even more was that under this gaze, his golden core stopped moving and cracks appeared on it. It was as if it couldn't withstand this gaze and was about to explode. Not only him, but the two women behind him originally looked at Wang Lin with ridicule and teasing in their eyes. However, when Wang Lin turned around and his gaze fell on them, they felt the world rumble and the clouds scatter. It was as if the sky was collapsing. It was as if the cowardly Yu Fei before them had turned into an ancient beast that gave off a monstrous, ferocious aura. It was as if he could kill them with just one thought. The hearts of the three of them rumbled, but the world outside was completely silent. This silence was extremely strange. The man in white's face was pale, and his eyes were unfocused, revealing an indescribable fear. Wang Lin frowned. With his cultivation level, he really didn't want to bully a junior from the outer realm. He withdrew his gaze and walked off into the distance. It wasn't until a long time after he left that the man in white coughed out a mouthful of blood. The two women behind him also coughed out blood. Countless cracks appeared on their golden cores, and they began to melt. The two women's faces were deathly pale. Their cultivation levels immediately dropped from the early stage of core formation to the foundation establishment stage. As for the man in white, his golden core also shattered. He looked at where Wang Lin disappeared with a gaze filled with horror and shock. The three of them looked at each other and couldn't speak for a long time. Even their hatred couldn't rise up because of this fear. Instead, they felt like they had just survived a disaster. The cave in Yu Fei's memory soon appeared before Wang Lin. The cave was indeed not bad. It was located in a valley next to the spirit vein. Wang Lin saw that there was a small river inside the valley that washed the spirit vein. The river was very clear and gave off a faint trace of spiritual energy. There were some restrictions protecting the cave, but in Wang Lin's eyes, these restrictions were simply too weak. His expression was calm as he walked forward with his hands behind his back. With one step, he entered the restriction outside the cave and arrived outside the door. He didn't use any spell, but the door opened by itself. Without any hesitation, Wang Lin walked into the cave. As he moved forward, thunderous rumbles echoed around him. There were flashes of various colors. The countless restrictions inside the cave activated at the same time after Wang Lin entered. Wang Lin didn't even look as he walked through the rumbles. 100 feet before him, there was an old man in green sitting there. His eyes were wide open as he stared dumbfoundedly at Wang Lin. His eyes were filled with monstrous terror. Chapter 1330. The old man stared at Wang Lin. The fear and disbelief in his eyes couldn't be hidden at all. He was originally meditating and didn't notice anything when the door to the cave opened. He had never encountered such a strange thing in his hundreds of years of cultivation. What made his hair stand on end was that the moment the door opened, a figure he was extremely familiar with walked in. There were a lot of restrictions inside the cave. Some of them were left behind by the old man, and many of them were left behind by the old man over the hundreds of years. Once all of them were activated, any core formation cultivator would die. Even a nascent soul cultivator would be seriously injured if they weren't careful and might even die. However, he could only watch as the familiar figure slowly walked over, step by step, amidst the rumbling of the restrictions and the flickering light of the spells. At this moment, the old man's scalp went numb. That cold gaze was like 10,000 arrows piercing his heart. When it landed on his body, the old man's nascent soul felt a stinging pain. It was as if that gaze had turned corporeal and pierced countless holes in his body. Even his nascent soul couldn't escape. There was also an invisible pressure coming from that person's every step. It was as if that person was stepping on his nascent soul. This caused the old man's face to turn pale and his body to tremble. He coughed out blood and crawled back several steps in horror. He didn't even have time to get up. You Fei. Wang Lin walked through the layers of restrictions and entered the cave. His gaze swept past the nascent soul junior, and then he looked around the cave. This cave was not small and had 6 stone rooms. It was connected to the valley, and there was a small path that led into the valley. The sound of flowing water could be faintly heard. It was a small river flowing in the valley, and there was a fragrant smell. It was clear that a lot of spirit herbs had been planted here. This cave was very clean without any mess. The surrounding stone walls were also very smooth and could faintly reflect one's reflection. Above the cave, there was a large formation that was slowly rotating. Once it was activated, it would make the stone walls transparent. Anyone sitting inside the cave would be able to see the stars outside. The nascent soul old man's heart pounded rapidly, but he didn't dare to move. The disbelief in his eyes was still very strong. In his eyes, Wang Lin was the owner of the cave, leisurely looking around while he was the outsider. He was restless and filled with uncertainty. Wang Lin raised his head and looked at the formation above the cave. Although the formation looked rough, it still had its own ways of doing things. The moment he raised his head, the old man's eyes flashed with killing intent. He suddenly charged forward and used teleportation that only nascent soul cultivators could use. Teleportation was the most obvious difference between a nascent soul cultivator and a core formation cultivator. A nascent soul cultivator who could teleport was unsurpassable among core formation cultivators. In an instant, he appeared behind Wang Lin. He opened his mouth and a ray of green light shot out. The green light contained a bolt of heavenly thunder. There were also many ghosts that let out mournful cries. They turned into shadows that surrounded the green heavenly thunder and charged at Wang Lin. The old man didn't even look at the result. He spat out his life treasure and teleported again. He was about to leave the cave and escape. However, just as he was about to teleport, his eyes widened and his body stopped in midair. He stared dumbfoundedly ahead, and cold sweat poured down his body. Before him, Wang Lin, who was supposed to be behind him, suddenly appeared and coldly looked at him. "Did I say you could leave?" Wang Lin pinched the green heavenly thunder with 2 fingers and waved his sleeve. The old man was pushed back and coughed out a mouthful of blood. He slammed into the wall behind him, and fear filled his eyes. He cried out, "How did you become so strong?" He pinched the green heavenly thunder with 2 fingers, and it disappeared without a trace. This scene was like a heavy blow to the old man's heart. His body trembled, and his face became pale. His nascent soul immediately withered, and black blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. "You can't kill me. Killing between members of the same clan is not allowed. If you kill me, the elders of the clan will." The old man was filled with fear. Wang Lin's strength was beyond his imagination. He could never have imagined that a core formation cultivator that he could bully would become so powerful in just a few days. However, before he could finish speaking, Wang Lin's divine sense spread out and turned into a giant hand that pressed down on the old man's head. The soul search spell immediately activated, and with his powerful cultivation, the old man didn't even have the qualifications to resist. His body trembled violently, and he fainted on the ground. After looking through the memories of the old man, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he began to ponder. He hadn't killed many Scatter Thunder Clan members in the ancient star system, but with all the memories he had obtained, he had a more detailed understanding of the Scatter Thunder Clan. By using this method, the clan members will learn to scheme against each other and learn the law of the jungle. Generations of outstanding members of the Scatter Thunder Clan will be born. Among the 16 cultivation planets, aside from the 3 home planets where a large number of clan members live, the rest of the planets on Sure San are all trial planets for the Scatter Thunder Clan. Every 100 years, there will be a spot to enter the Holy Land. This spot requires all the clan members on Sure San to fight for it. Once you enter the Holy Land and personally come into contact with the Eternal Thunderbolt, your clan mark will open even more and your cultivation level will increase greatly. There are still 7 years until the next battle for the spots. However, the method the Scatter Thunder Clan uses to compete for the spots every 100 years is very interesting. It's not just about cultivation, but about obtaining thunder crystals. After 7 years, the person with the most thunder crystals will be able to enter the Holy Land. I can't let go of this opportunity. It will allow me to openly enter the Holy Land and absorb the Eternal Thunderbolt. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his right hand reached to the void. The thunder mark between the eyebrows of the nascent soul old man trembled and a jade flew out. People of the ancient star system rarely used bags of holding. The mark between their eyebrows contained a storage space, and everything could be placed inside. With the jade in hand, Wang Lin could easily see the contents of the jade without damaging the divine sense imprint on it. This jade contained a formation that was constantly operating and seemed to fuse with the world. The contents inside were constantly changing, and it was a ranking. There were a total of 800 names on the list. Behind each name was a number, and that number represented the number of thunder crystals. There were obviously more than 800 people in the Scatter Thunder Clan, but only those who entered the top 800 could enter the ranking. 1. 97 billion. Wang Lin looked at the number of thunder crystals in first place and couldn't help but frown. The person in first place was named Master Spruce. Sure San 1. 97 billion. The person in second place was named Hibiscus. After a quick glance, he found that even the 800th place had more than 400,000 thunder crystals. As for the nascent soul old man, he only had 70,000 thunder crystals, which was insignificant. Thunder crystals weren't physical objects, they were just a name. There were many ways to obtain thunder crystals, and the fastest way was to offer them as gifts. Whether it was spells, treasures, pills, refining materials, or even Joss flames, they could be offered to the Scatter Thunder Clan in exchange for thunder crystals. Most of them were traded for Joss flames. As for the other items, it depended on their grade. This wasn't the first time Wang Lin had encountered this kind of thing. The first time he entered the Demon Spirit Land, it was very similar. The Demon Spirit Land depended on merit, but the Scatter Thunder Clan used a different method. They mobilized the entire clan to gather all kinds of things. Not only could the Scatter Thunder Clan increase their cultivation levels, but they could also accumulate resources. This is interesting. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his right hand hit the void. The mark between the eyebrows of the nascent soul old man opened completely and countless treasures and pills flew out. Wang Lin waved his sleeve and put them all away. Wang Lin didn't kill this old man. He naturally knew that it was forbidden for members of the Scatter Thunder Clan to fight to the death. Once it happened, someone would come to investigate. No longer looking at the unconscious old man, Wang Lin walked into the depths of the cave toward the valley. After entering the valley, the sound of flowing water became even more clear. Not far away, there was a small river flowing. There were many celestial herbs planted on both sides of the river. The one that attracted Wang Lin's attention the most was a thunder branch that gave off a faint aura of thunder. It grew on the wall of the valley and stuck out about 7 feet. There were 6 fist-sized green fruits on it. Just as Wang Lin was observing the thunder fruits, 4 rays of sword energy closed in from 500 kilometers away. There were 4 old men standing on the 4 rays of sword energy. Their gazes were like lightning, and their cultivation levels weren't weak. One of them was at the mid-stage of nascent soul. He had an arrogant expression and a cold gaze. One of the three people behind him pointed to the front and said respectfully, "Uncle, Chi-Ji's cave is in front of us. He is the only early-stage nascent soul old monster in this area. He has robbed many treasures over the years." The mid-stage nascent soul old man nodded and revealed a nonchalant expression. He slowly said, "Very good. The three of you can go to the Heavenly Thunder sect to receive some benefits. If you work for the Heavenly Thunder sect, we won't mistreat you." The three core formation cultivators' eyes were filled with ecstasy. The person who spoke before quickly thanked him and smiled. "Uncle, after taking all of Chi-Ji's treasures, you will be able to exchange them for a lot of thunder crystals. Then your status in the Heavenly Thunder sect will rise a lot." The nascent soul old man looked at the core formation cultivator and calmly said, "The things that the old man took aren't for him to exchange for thunder crystals, but for the sect master. Our sect master is very close to the scatter thunder ranking and will soon enter it." After he said this, the three core formation cultivators' eyes were filled with shock, and they became even more respectful. Chapter 1331. Inside the cave abode, every single thunder fruit on the thunder branch was surrounded by tiny bolts of lightning that swam around. "So this is a lightning fruit." Wang Lin's right hand reached out, and a lightning fruit flew into Wang Lin's hand. This green fruit contained a bit of thunder power. After eating it, it could improve one's physique and make one's body more suitable to use thunder spells. In Chi-Ji and Yu Fei's memories, one lightning fruit can be exchanged for one lightning crystal. Wang Lin held the lightning fruit but didn't swallow it. Instead, he crushed the fruit and tiny bolts of lightning came out. They entered Wang Lin's body through his right hand and were absorbed by his origin soul. Closing his eyes, Wang Lin's origin soul silently observed the thunder power inside the fruit. A moment later, he opened his eyes and they were filled with lightning. His gaze pierced through the valley and landed outside the cave. His expression was calm as he muttered, "I was going to steal it, but I didn't expect someone to deliver themselves to me." At this moment, the 4 rays of light whizzed toward the cave and soon arrived above the cave. Before the nascent soul cultivator could speak, one of the core formation cultivators beside him stepped forward and shouted toward the cave below, "Chi-Ji, the Heavenly Thunder sect is here. Quickly come out and receive us." His voice rumbled inside the cave and lingered for a long time. The nascent soul elder looked at the restriction outside the cave and frowned. When Wang Lin walked by, he didn't activate the restriction. The restriction was insignificant in Wang Lin's eyes, but to the nascent soul elder, it was full of exquisiteness. There was even a hint of danger. Chi-Ji is a nascent soul old monster. He can't be underestimated. Just the restriction formation outside the cave is not simple. He stopped the core formation cultivator beside him from continuing to shout and said in a sinister voice, "Fellow Taoist Chi, old man Xiu Dihai, one of the 4 grand elders of the Heavenly Thunder sect, came here today because the sect master of the Heavenly Thunder sect wants to advance to the lightning ranking, so he needs some treasures and pills from you." His voice was somber, and he emitted the full power of his mid-nascent soul stage cultivation. His voice drifted into the Immortal's cave. The moment his voice rang out, the door of the cave opened and something was thrown out. It was the unconscious Chi-Ji. This sudden scene caused the 3 core formation cultivators to freeze and Xiu Dihai's pupils to shrink. "Are you looking for him?" A cold voice rang out from within the cave. Following that, the white-robed Wang Lin appeared. His footsteps were calm as he slowly walked out from the cave. A faint pressure filled the air. "Why, you're Yu Fei." One of the 3 core formation cultivators clearly recognized Yu Fei. However, under the pressure, his golden core trembled and even his voice was filled with disbelief. The nascent soul cultivator stared at Wang Lin. His nascent soul trembled and he had a bad feeling. Wang Lin was just standing there, but when his divine sense swept by, he couldn't detect him at all. It was as if this person didn't exist in this world. He had only felt this kind of feeling from his sect master, but now he had the feeling that even if his sect master was here, he wouldn't be able to detect this person's aura. What made his scalp go numb was the pressure coming from the other party's body. The pressure was so strong that he could feel it deeply. Under that pressure, even the spiritual energy in his body felt like it was going to freeze, especially when the other party's cold words entered his ears. It was as if his body was going to be torn apart from the inside out. Cold sweat appeared on Chiodihai's forehead as he gulped. He slowly retreated and clasped his hands. The old man doesn't know this Chi-Ji. This is the first time I've seen him. Since you came first, then the old man will leave. This is a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. He suppressed his trembling nascent soul and slowly retreated. He felt like this Yu Fei was a powerful cultivator and was not someone he could fight against. Right now, he had to let Yu Fei go and quickly return to the sect. The three core formation cultivators also felt like something was wrong. They retreated in fear and were about to leave this place. You're just going to leave like this? Wang Lin revealed a smile that wasn't a smile and looked at the four of them. With this gaze, the nascent soul cultivator Chiodihai's heart skipped a beat. Without hesitation, he pushed out his hand, and a powerful force wrapped around the three core formation cultivators to block Wang Lin. At the same time, he quickly retreated. His clothes were soaked in cold sweat, and he was about to teleport to escape. Members of the Scatter Thunder clan weren't allowed to fight to the death, but they could cripple someone's cultivation or indirectly kill them. This old man was very familiar with this and had done this many times. At this moment, his first thought was to escape. Wang Lin didn't look at the teleporting nascent soul cultivator. He waved his right hand, and the three core formation cultivators let out miserable screams. The marks between their eyebrows collapsed, and a large amount of treasures flew out. Wang Lin waved his sleeves and put them away. Then he stepped into the sky. The three core formation cultivators coughed out blood and fell to the ground. Their golden cores had collapsed. Although they weren't dead, their cultivation was wasted. As soon as Chiodihai used teleportation, he heard the miserable screams. A chill rose in his heart, and he teleported away without hesitation, disappearing from this world. When he reappeared, he was already very far away. The moment he reappeared, he immediately teleported again. After teleporting several times, he had consumed too much spirit force, but he didn't dare to stop. He immediately swallowed a pill and teleported away again. Wang Lin's figure and voice had become a dark cloud in his heart. This heavy pressure made his nascent soul tremble. He was afraid that if he was too slow, Wang Lin would catch up. He teleported more than 10 times until he was nearly 50,000 kilometers away. During this time, he swallowed a large amount of pills. It could be said that he was risking his life. As he teleported away, he crushed the sect's distress Jade Slip and called for help from his fellow sect members around him. In the Scatter Thunder clan, there were many small sects like the Heavenly Thunder sect, and they were all formed by the Scatter Thunder clan. The Scatter Thunder clan naturally didn't interfere with this, and instead encouraged the Scatter Thunder clan to form their own sections. Just as Chiodihai was drenched in sweat and had teleported many times, his breathing quickened. He teleported again. There was a flash of light before him, and a middle-aged man in green teleported out. He frowned and cast Chiodihai a glance. "Elder Chio, what happened? Why are you panicking and even asking for help?" After Chiodihai saw the middle-aged man, he let out a sigh of relief in his heart. He didn't answer the middle-aged man's question, but immediately looked back. His divine sense spread out, but he didn't find any sign of Wang Lin. He let out a wry smile and was about to speak toward the middle-aged man. But at that moment, a voice that scared Chiodihai out of his wits rang out coldly. "You're not going to run anymore?" Chiodihai's scalp went numb, and his eyes were filled with monstrous fear. He no longer dared to talk to the middle-aged man and immediately teleported away. The middle-aged man was also startled. The moment Wang Lin's voice echoed, his nascent soul felt like it had been hit by a sledgehammer, and he coughed out blood. Chiodihai's actions terrified him, and he didn't hesitate to teleport after Chiodihai. "If the two of you split up, both of you will have your cultivations wasted." The two of them fled like crazy and didn't hesitate to consume pills. They didn't dare to stop or separate from each other. However, after teleporting so many times, they had consumed too much spirit force, and they couldn't bear it anymore. "Chiodi Hai, you provoke this kind of person. It's fine if you suffer, but you have to drag me down with you." The middle-aged man clenched his teeth and stared at Chiodi Hai with monstrous resentment. Chiodi Hai's face was pale and filled with fear. Just as he was about to speak, Wang Lin's voice that made them panic once more echoed across the world. "Continue to ask for help. Call all the nascent soul cultivators in your heavenly thunder sect. Take me to your heavenly thunder sect, or else I'll waste your cultivation." The middle-aged man took out the jade before Chiodi Hai and crushed it without hesitation. He hated Chiodi Hai to the bone, and if he didn't get more people to die with him, he wouldn't be able to vent his anger. 1 hour later, a very strange scene appeared on the Scatter Thunder Clan's planet. 4 nascent soul cultivators were running in panic. 3 of them were filled with fear and hatred while gritting their teeth. Behind them, Wang Lin's expression was neutral as he casually followed the 4 of them. Along the way, 2 more elders of the Heavenly Thunder Sect came after Chiodi Hai and the middle-aged man. The 4 of them had to follow Wang Lin's request to head toward the Heavenly Thunder Sect. In the distance, a mountain appeared before them. The mountain wasn't high, but it was surrounded by clouds. There was also a stone staircase winding down the mountain. There were some pavilions at the top of the mountain that looked like a sect. The 4 nascent soul cultivators arrived with fear in their eyes. Chiodi Hai's voice trembled as he quickly said, "Son, Senior, this is the Heavenly Thunder Sect." The 4 of them had been forced to constantly flee, and they were all out of spirit force. Adding on the fear in their hearts, their minds were being tortured. Wang Lin looked at the mountain and waved his right hand. A gust of wind appeared out of nowhere and swept toward the 4 nascent soul cultivators. The lightning marks between their eyebrows exploded, and a large amount of treasures flew out. Wang Lin put them all away, and the 4 of them were swept away by the wind. They broke through the clouds and landed on the square of the sect. The entire Heavenly Thunder Sect was completely silent. Some of the Scatter Thunder Clan members with low cultivation levels were originally cultivating in the square. They stared dumbfoundedly at the 4 elders that had been thrown down from the sky, unable to speak for a long time. Senior, you finally came?" In this silence, a person rushed out from the Heavenly Thunder Sect. This person was thin and looked ordinary, but his cultivation was at the early stage of soul formation. His eyes were sparkling as he looked at Wang Lin in the sky. He was extremely excited. "When I saw Senior, I couldn't calm down for a long time. Senior's cultivation is heaven-defying, and no one can compare to you." In that short moment, I felt like I saw Senior's figure in countless reincarnations. I couldn't calm my excitement and just wanted to look at you a few more times until my lifespan ended. Every time I looked, the spirit force in my body would move on its own, as if I had swallowed countless thunder fruits. Even my cultivation would increase. In this world, only Senior has such power. Forget the elders of the Scatter Thunder Clan. Even the Patriarch couldn't compare to Senior when they were at Senior's age. Senior, Junior has nothing else to ask for. I'm willing to offer all the treasures I have collected to Senior. I only ask that Senior allow me to see Senior often in my lifetime. I only ask that Senior allow me to be Senior's pawn. I'll cut down the thorns for Senior, cut down the stars and moon for Senior, cut down all enemies for Senior, and do my best for Senior until my death." Even with Wang Lin's cultivation level, he couldn't help but think of Su Ligua when he heard the excited words of the thin man. In reality, he wasn't the only one. Any other cultivator would be stunned when faced with such a scene. This chapter has an extra 500 words, so it's free. Monthly votes. Chapter 1332. The skinny cultivator excitedly spat out a lot of words, and each word was filled with sincerity. The people of the Scatter Thunder Clan were all dumbfounded. Although they had been at the Heavenly Thunder Sect for a long time, They had never seen their majestic and overbearing sect masters say such words. Wang Lin's usually calm expression also revealed a strange smile when he heard the skinny cultivator's words. There was no falsehood in the skinny cultivator's expression. It was as if everything he had just said was completely natural. His expression really made it difficult for Wang Lin to waste his cultivation. With Wang Lin's intelligence, he naturally saw that this was all a trick by the skinny cultivator. The skinny cultivator obviously knew that he couldn't resist Wang Lin, and this was the only way to preserve his cultivation. "What is your name?" Wang Lin descended from the sky like a willow leaf floating in the wind and landed on the square of the heavenly thunder sect. Replying to Senior, Junior's name is Zhong Big Red. Zhong is Little Zhong's Zhong, and Hong is Little Hong's Hong. Junior has always been loyal to Senior, and I only hope to cut through the thorns, cut the stars, cut the moon, and kill. The skinny cultivator was about to continue when Wang Lin interrupted him. "That's enough. Bring out the things you have collected that can be exchanged for thunder crystals." Although Cheng Ta Hung looked calm, he was scared out of his wits. He was cultivating when he heard 4 thunderous rumbles that sounded like heavy objects falling. He spread out his divine sense and saw the 4 elders he had subdued get their cultivation wasted and thrown to the ground. Instantly, he was shocked and enraged. However, this anger completely disappeared the moment he saw Wang Lin. He was at the early stage of soul formation, and although he didn't comprehend his domain like the inner realm cultivators, his clan mark was 30% open. Due to his cultivation level, the highest cultivator he had met was an ascendant cultivator. When he saw Wang Lin, his heart skipped a beat, and he felt like the world was going to collapse. This feeling was several times stronger than when he saw the ascendant cultivator in his clan. Fortunately, he was very smart, so he didn't hesitate to become excited and flatter Wang Lin. He had only used this move 3 times in his life. The first time was when he was at the foundation establishment stage, and he resolved a crisis. The second time was when he was at the nascent soul stage, and he managed to escape from that ascendant cultivator. He even obtained some benefits. This was the 3rd time he had used this invincible art. In Zhong Big Red's eyes, out of all his divine abilities and cultivation, only this undefeatable art was truly powerful. It could protect his cultivation at a critical moment, which was why he had secretly practiced it to the point of perfection. It was his trump card, and he wouldn't use it easily. When he heard Wang Lin's order, his right hand quickly formed a seal and hit the spot between his eyebrows. There was a flash of ghostly light, and a large amount of things that could be exchanged for thunder crystals flew out and piled up like a small mountain. "Senior, these are all the things this little one has gathered over the years. Although there isn't anything particularly valuable, there's a lot of them. According to this little one's estimation, they can be exchanged for 50,000 thunder crystals." As Cheng Ta Hung spoke, he constantly observed Wang Lin's expression. When he saw Wang Lin frown slightly, his heart skipped a beat. He clenched his teeth and quickly said, "Senior, this little one still has some treasures. I'll give them all to Senior." As he spoke, his right hand hit the mark between his eyebrows once more, and 3 more items flew out. The first was a branch that was as thick as an arm. The second was a pill that gave off a green glow. The third was an ancient mirror. These 3 items are a special gift from this little one to Senior. Just these 3 items can be exchanged for 10,000 thunder crystals. Wang Lin looked at Cheng Ta Hung with a smile that wasn't a smile. His gaze caused Cheng Ta Hung's scalp to go numb. Just as he was about to speak, Wang Lin waved his sleeve, and all the items that could be exchanged for thunder crystals disappeared. Without anyone noticing, Zhao Jioga opened his storage space and sent a message. A roar of ecstasy came from the storage space. "Master, you finally remembered me. Master, little Su has been teaching that Lu Jinbiao a lesson for you all these years. He hasn't been lazy at all." Although Su Ligua's voice came from the storage space, it sounded like it came from the void to the people around him. At the same time, Su Ligua's body flickered, and he appeared in the heavenly thunder sect. When Cheng Ta Hung heard Su Ligua's voice, his eyes narrowed. He felt like he had met the most powerful enemy in his life. "Master, that little Su, Lu Jinbiao, is completely following your orders and torturing you all the time. This old boy is actually quite pitiful. He could have offended anyone, but he just had to offend my wise, handsome, and heroic master. As soon as Su Ligua appeared, he didn't even look at the people around him. Instead, he rubbed his hands and looked at Wang Lin with a flattering expression. Wang Lin's expression was the same as usual, but Cheng Taheng's heart skipped a beat. He stared at Su Ligua with narrowed eyes filled with hostility. Just now, he only had a vague feeling that Su Ligua was a powerful enemy, but now it was clear that Su Ligua must have the same art of invincibility as him. Moreover, Su Ligua's words were filled with the true meaning of the art of invincibility. Compared to his long speech just now, Su Ligua's words were clearly more powerful. A powerful enemy. This person is definitely a powerful enemy of mine. Cheng Taheng. Cheng Taheng took a deep breath and continued to look at Su Ligua. Master, for the sake of little Su's loyalty to you, don't take me back so quickly. Su Ligua blinked his eyes with a bitter and resentful expression. Even his expression contains the true meaning of the art of invincibility. When Cheng Taheng saw Su Ligua's expression, his expression became even more serious. Wang Lin had a smile that wasn't a smile as his gaze swept past Su Ligua and Cheng Taheng. He had summoned Su Ligua because of this big flood. Perhaps having Su Ligua search the Scatter Thunder clan for thunder crystals is more suitable than me. Wang Lin made up his mind. He nodded slightly and slowly said, "If you do this well, then we can talk about it." With that, Wang Lin sent out a message that fell into Su Ligua's ears. After hearing the contents of Wang Lin's message, Su Ligua's body immediately trembled with excitement. His eyes lit up, and after Wang Lin finished, Su Ligua excitedly laughed. "For this kind of matter, there is no one more suitable than your Su, than me, little Su. Master, don't worry, it's just a few billion thunder crystals. Leave it to me, Su Ligua." The bad feeling in Cheng Taheng's heart became even stronger. He quickly stepped forward and revealed a respectful expression. He looked at Wang Lin and said, "Senior, this little one hasn't finished speaking yet. I still have a treasure that can be exchanged for 10,000 thunder crystals. I'll give it to Senior now. Only someone with a heaven-defying cultivation like Senior can have this kind of treasure." As he spoke, he touched the mark between his eyebrows again, and a ray of dark light flew out. This dark light contained an extremely sharp flying sword that gave off a cold aura. Wang Lin revealed a smile. He nodded slightly and put away the flying sword. Su Ligua turned around, and his gaze swept past Cheng Taheng. He hadn't paid attention to the person beside him before, but now that he did, he immediately felt like something was wrong. This person faintly exudes a sense of shamelessness, but he's still far from your grandpa Su. When your grandpa Su was sucking up to this fiend, who knows where you were trying to find milk? Su Ligua immediately revealed a smile. He looked at Cheng Taheng warmly and asked, "This fellow cultivator is?" Cheng Taheng turned to look at Su Ligua. He also revealed a smile and clasped his hands. "I'm Cheng Taheng." Zhong as into Zhong and Hong as into Hong. Their gazes collided at this moment. The smile on Su Ligua's face didn't change. He looked away and was about to speak, but Cheng Taheng beat him to it. He turned to Wang Lin and flattered, "Senior, this little one has a lot of people in the Heavenly Thunder sect. This little one will go and give all the things they have in exchange for thunder crystals to Senior." As he spoke, he immediately turned around and shouted at the people of the Heavenly Thunder sect who were dumbfounded by the scene in front of them. Under his pressure, all the things the Heavenly Thunder sect could gather to exchange for thunder crystals were gathered by Cheng Taheng and given to Wang Lin. Wang Lin put them all away. His eyes lit up, and he waved his right hand to take out a pill. This pill was something he had casually taken out. In his view, it had no value. He had casually refined it with the soul of a rank 4 beast in the Cloud Sea. However, when Cheng Taheng saw it, his eyes widened and he excitedly exclaimed, "Soul-containing pill. This pill can be exchanged for at least 20,000 thunder crystals, and is extremely rare." Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he waved his right hand. The pill landed in Chung Ta-hung's hand. I'll gift this pill to you. From now on, you will help me gather things to exchange for thunder crystals, Wang Lin calmly said. He wasn't going to use his own pills to exchange for thunder crystals. He would need to take out a large amount, which would increase the Scatter Thunder Clan's power. Therefore, he had only gifted a small amount to make Chung Ta-hung focus on gathering treasures that belonged to the Scatter Thunder Clan. He wanted to use the Scatter Thunder Clan's own things to exchange for thunder crystals. Chung Ta-hung took a deep breath. Holding the pill, he immediately said, "Senior, rest assured, this little one will do his best." Suligwa stared at Chung Ta-hung with an unfriendly gaze. Although he didn't care about the pill, he didn't like Chung Ta-hung at all. He couldn't help but feel vicious in his heart. Damn it, you dare to steal the favor of your grandpa, Su, from this fiend? Brat, you have guts. I think you shouldn't be called Chung Ta-hung. You should be called Zhong Ta-hung. Just you wait, your grandpa Su will remember you. In the past 2,000 years, everyone who tried to steal the favor of your grandpa Su met a good end. Your grandpa Su has plenty of time to see how I'll kill you. I'm going to kill you like I killed Lu Jinbiao. Su Ligwa's eyes lit up, and he revealed a sinister smile. Chapter 1333. Time slowly passed on the Scatter Thunder Clan's cultivation planet. In the blink of an eye, Wang Lin had stayed on the Scatter Thunder Clan for a month. During that month, he didn't return to his previous cave abode. Instead, he chose to enter the Heavenly Thunder Sect's headquarters, where he closed his eyes and sat down cross-legged to meditate. During this month, Su Ligwa and Chung Ta-hung swept through the Heavenly Thunder Sect and gathered a large amount of things that could be traded for thunder crystals. By now, Wang Lin could trade for nearly 100,000 thunder crystals with these things. It was rare for Su Ligwa to walk out of his storage space. In his excitement, he began a crazy operation outside the Heavenly Thunder Sect. He didn't like to act alone, so he brought more than 10 Foundation Establishment Realm disciples with him. They moved like a swarm of locusts, and with his unique methods, he recruited every Core Formation Realm cultivator he encountered as his subordinates. In a short period of 1 month, the number of Scatter Thunder Clan members following him had reached nearly 100. It was unknown where Su Ligwa had learned this from, but he had these Scatter Thunder Clan members use bamboo to make a giant throne. This throne was about 1,000 feet wide and glowed brightly. Su Ligwa was leaning on it with 4 Scatter Thunder Clan female cultivators accompanying him. He was extremely arrogant. There were dozens of cultivators carrying the throne as they moved forward. There were dozens of cultivators leading the way, and even the ones behind and to the left and right were the same. As they advanced, Su Ligwa specifically chose 2 Core Formation cultivators with particularly loud and clear voices and used them to roar at them. Grandpa Su's aura is like a rainbow. His aura devours the mountains and rivers, unparalleled, handsome, and unparalleled. His voice was like thunder that continued to echo. This caused Su Ligwa to laugh. He was very proud as he leaned on a female cultivator. He ate the Scatter Thunder Clan's fruit and drank wine from another female cultivator. There were also 2 female cultivators rubbing his almost corporeal body. This kind of enjoyment made Su Ligwa's whole body excited. Aside from the 4 female cultivators, there were also 4 very handsome men on the thrones. The 4 men were half kneeling there, also serving Su Ligwa. This is life. This is the life that I, Su Ligwa, should enjoy. That fiend has been running around for the past 2,000 years. How could he be as happy as Grandpa Su? I, Su Ligwa, am still the smartest. One must enjoy life to the fullest. Su Ligwa listened to the shouts, the flattery, and the women and men serving him. He felt his body go limp, and his eyes narrowed as he slowly began to sigh. How long has it been since I've been this happy? Damn it. If it wasn't for that fiend catching me, I would have been even happier these past few years. But I might have died before my lifespan ran out. Forget it. What's the point of thinking so much? Right now, I need to make up for the life I lost in the past 2,000 years. There are too few female cultivators. If there were 100, 1,000, that would be perfect. Add 1,000 handsome male cultivators and 10,000 people carrying the throne to roar at me. That would be even more perfect. For this goal, it looks like Grandpa Su will have to work hard. Su Ligua was in high spirits. Just at this moment, a ray of light flew over. There was a core formation cultivator inside. This person approached the throne, clasped his hands, and shouted, "Great Immortal, your aura is like a rainbow. Your spirit can devour mountains and rivers. You are handsome and unparalleled." With that, this person took a deep breath and quickly said 100 kilometers ahead is the cave of that late-stage nascent soul cultivator, Chen Dongfeng. He has already sensed US and has activated all the restrictions outside the cave. Su Ligua pinched the face of a female cultivator beside him, waved his hand, and said, "Continue forward. I'll let you all see how your Grandpa Su deals with a little nascent soul cultivator." The distance of 100 miles was crossed very quickly. The huge throne cast a huge shadow under the sunlight, shrouding a mountain below like a dark cloud pressing down. There was a cave at the center of the mountain, and the restrictions around it were extremely tight. There were also 8 small flags floating outside the mountain. They rotated rapidly and turned into bursts of black fog. After the throne closed in, Su Ligua revealed a proud expression and slowly raised his right hand. After he attracted the gazes of all the surrounding cultivators, he waved his hand. With one wave, the world rumbled and countless sword shadows appeared out of nowhere. The moment these sword shadows appeared, they let out earth-shattering sword hymns. The endless sword energy caused the clouds to scatter and even the sky to darken. Su Ligua was a sword spirit and had obtained the inheritance of the ancient sword intent. Although he was lazy, he had been sealed by Wang Lin back at the Four Divine Sect, so he had to fully focus on cultivation. Forget a mere nascent soul junior, even an ascendant cultivator, a yin or yang cultivator, or even a nirvana scryer cultivator wouldn't be a match for Su Ligua. With one wave, the world trembled and the sky was filled with boundless sword energy. This sword energy was very dense and caused all the cultivators around Su Ligua to tremble. It was as if they were surrounded by ice from the heavens. Boundless sword aura rumbled and landed on the mountain. The black mist around it instantly collapsed. The moment the 8 flags were about to explode, Su Ligua grabbed them in his hand. That fiend said that no treasures can be damaged. These are all things that can be used to exchange for thunder crystals. The sword energy broke through the black fog and landed on the mountain. Su Ligua deliberately showed off. The sword energy swept by, and the mountain collapsed layer by layer. In an instant, the entire mountain disappeared, leaving behind only an empty cave without walls. It was as if a mortal's house had its roof cut off. Inside the cave sat a middle-aged man with a dull expression. He was obviously frightened by all of this. Grandpa Su's aura is like a rainbow, devouring the mountains and rivers, unparalleled, handsome, and unparalleled. A loud voice came from the mouths of the cultivators around Su Ligua, and it really gave off the aura of devouring the mountains and rivers. It jolted the middle-aged man back to his senses. The 2 core formation cultivators with particularly loud voices immediately stepped forward and shouted, "If we obey Lord Su, we will hand over everything we have in exchange for the thunder crystals. If we defy Lord Su, we will have our cultivation crippled and imprisoned for life." The nascent soul cultivator stared blankly at the huge throne in the sky. Perhaps it was because the throne was too big, but it gave him a lot of pressure. He swallowed, then clasped his hands respectfully without hesitation and said, "Junior is willing to give up everything." Su Ligua laughed and looked down at the middle-aged man. His gaze swept the middle-aged man's body, and he laughed. "Good, from now on, you'll follow your grandpa. Let me ask you, were there female cultivators here?" The middle-aged man felt his scalp go numb under Su Ligua's gaze. He had a bad feeling, but he couldn't say what it was. After hearing Su Ligua's question, he quickly said, "If you're talking about female cultivators, there's a sect called the Thunder Celestial Sect hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. It is filled with female cultivators, and the sect master is rumored to be extremely beautiful. However, her cultivation level is very high. Rumor has it that she is friends with an inner clan member of my sect. When Suligwa heard the words, extremely beautiful, his eyes lit up. He no longer cared about cultivation level and waved his hand. Lead the way. Follow me, Grandpa Su, to steal people. Steal treasures. The group of people slowly flew into the distance. The huge throne was extremely dazzling under the sun, and Su Ligwa's proud laughter could be heard. The roars of the nearly 100 people could also be heard as they flew away. Ignoring Su Ligwa, Chung Ta-hung also began a crazy search. Chung Ta-hung was only at the soul formation stage, so in order for him to complete his mission, Wang Lin had given him a flying sword. This sword was very ordinary, but it was a priceless treasure for first-step cultivators. In Chung Ta-hung's hands, he could fight against mid-stage soul formation cultivators and even resist late-stage soul formation cultivators for a while. However, compared to Su Ligwa's arrogance, Chung Ta-hung was a lot more cautious. Although he also had some cultivators with him, he wasn't as happy as Su Ligwa. However, Chung Ta-hung was very familiar with the Scatter Thunder clan and knew what to trade for thunder crystals. He also knew about many caves, and after being given pills and treasures by Wang Lin, he was very excited. He knew that his fortune had come. As long as he served Wang Lin well and satisfied him, he might even be able to give him pills. Thinking about this, Chung Ta-hung was very motivated and excited. However, he was also secretly wary of Su Ligwa. He believed that Su Ligwa would be his greatest rival. Damn it, if Senior only had me, Chung Ta-hung, by his side, then it would be a great fortune for me. However, I didn't expect there to be this Su Ligwa. This person is extremely shameless to cultivate this invincible art. His cultivation is higher than mine, presumably because he has been by Senior's side for a long time and used this invincible art. However, I, Chung Ta-hung, will never admit defeat. Although my cultivation is lacking, I have secretly studied this invincible art for hundreds of years and haven't been able to use it to its full potential. Now that this Su Ligwa is facing a great enemy, I have to use 120% of my strength to fight him. Who will win and who will lose is still unknown. Chung Ta-hung revealed a sneer as he led his people forward. They destroyed several caves and began to plunder. He was secretly thinking about what he would say when he met Wang Lin, so that he could use the invincible art at any time. I, Chung Ta-hung, am very talented in this invincible art. I don't believe I can't beat you, Su Ligwa. While Su Ligwa and Chung Ta-hung were plundering, Wang Lin was calmly sitting in the Heavenly Thunder sect. There was a jade before him, and inside the jade was a cultivation method of the Scatter Thunder clan. This cultivation method was called the Gather Thunder Stamp. It could compress the power of thunder in one's body several times in an instant in exchange for a powerful explosive force. However, this cultivation method required the cooperation of the clan mark, and if one cultivated it for a long time, the clan mark would slowly open. The purpose of Wang Lin studying this cultivation method was to find out more about the Scatter Thunder clan's clan mark. He vaguely felt that this was very important for him to absorb the eternal thunder. There were a few recommendation votes, but they were free. Fellow cultivators, treat them as gifts. If he could get a few more, it would be comparable to the fortune that Wang Lin had given to Su Ligwa. Chapter 1334. With Wang Lin's powerful divine sense, it didn't take him much time to completely understand the mysteries of the Thunder Gather Stamp. This stamp could only be used by a thunder cultivator, and its power depended on the amount of thunder inside one's body. The more thunder was compressed, the more powerful it would be. For example, Chung Ta-hung could compress the thunder inside his body 10 times in a short period of time with his soul formation cultivation. This might be common in the Scatter Thunder clan, but in the Suzaku, where Wang Lin was born, he would be a powerful cultivator. However, this was only secondary. To truly use the Thunder Gather Stamp, one would need to surpass the first step. After reaching the second step, One would be able to extract thunder from the world and compress the thunder gather stamp like crazy until it was thousands or tens of thousands of times. As a result, its power would be heaven-shaking. This method of controlling thunder was only one of the spells of the Scatter Thunder clan. It was due to the countless years of research that the Scatter Thunder clan was able to control thunder. Even though they didn't have a third-step cultivator, the Scatter Thunder clan was still a powerful clan in the ancient star system. After withdrawing his divine sense from the jade, Wang Lin's expression was calm, and he began to ponder. The strongest person in the Scatter Thunder clan is an ancestor at the fifth heaven's blight. He is only one step away from the third step. Although this step is like the distance between heaven and earth, there is no need to doubt his strength. If he uses the Thunder Gather stamp, he can compress it tens of thousands of times. I fear he can even deal with a third-step cultivator for a moment. Wang Lin memorized the Thunder Gather stamp and formed a seal with his right hand. Thunder rumbled around him, and countless bolts of lightning appeared out of nowhere. They were like silver snakes that rushed toward his right hand and condensed into a fist-sized ball of thunder. Popping sounds came from inside the ball of thunder as it continued to compress. 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times. In the blink of an eye, the ball of thunder had been compressed 30,000 times. The ball of thunder dissipated and couldn't be seen with the naked eye. Only with divine sense could one see the power of thunder that had been compressed 30,000 times into dust on Wang Lin's right hand. Although this body has been modified by me, it can only display soul formation cultivation at most. However, my origin soul is large, so it isn't affected by the body. Outsiders can't see my origin soul, because my origin soul has become thunder, an existence on the same level as the eternal thunderbolt. Even a fifth heaven's blight old ancestor, as long as he cultivates the Scatter Thunder clan mark and the eternal thunderbolt, even if his cultivation level is higher than mine, he can't reach my current level of thunder. Wang Lin looked at the dust-like compressed thunder and silently pondered. 30,000 times compression is the limit of what this body can withstand. If I increase it any more, this body will immediately collapse. Wang Lin waved his right hand, and the dust that had been compressed 30,000 times silently dissipated from all. Cheng Ta-hung is a member of the Scatter Thunder clan, so it doesn't matter if he attracts attention. As for Su Ligua, he is not a cultivator but a sword spirit, so let him do as he pleases. Due to the existence of the Scatter Thunder clan's outer thunder domain, people who aren't members of the clan can't enter at all, so there aren't any checks in place. I don't need to be too low-key. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he no longer thought about this matter. He closed his eyes and began to study the Scatter Thunder clan's mark. The mark of the Scatter Thunder clan was a branch of the Eternal Thunderbolt. Each mark was formed by a sliver of the Eternal Thunderbolt's power. Studying this mark was also indirectly studying the Eternal Thunderbolt. The lightning mark Wang Lin was studying was Yufei's mark. Although Yufei had torn off this mark, because it had fused with his soul, it was not something that could be destroyed by tearing off his body. The more he studied it, the more Wang Lin could feel how ancient and powerful the Eternal Thunderbolt was. Just a branch mark contained all kinds of changes. This small mark contained the origin of thunder. However, this source couldn't be absorbed. There was a will inside that seemed to be sleeping, but it was constantly absorbing the cultivation power of the Scatter Thunder clan members from the branch marks and fusing it into the mark. Time slowly passed. Wang Lin had stayed in the hall for more than a month. As he continued to study, Wang Lin vaguely noticed something strange. His eyes slowly opened and revealed a tired expression, but there was a strange light in them. All the members of the Scatter Thunder clan cultivate the Eternal Thunderbolt. Over the countless years, they use the mark between their eyebrows to obtain endless power of thunder. While their cultivation level increases, they also continue to dedicate their life to cultivating the Eternal Thunderbolt. This is very similar to Joss Flames. Wang Lin's eyes became brighter and brighter. If the Eternal Thunderbolt is a third-step cultivator, then the entire Scatter Thunder clan is the disciple of the Eternal Thunderbolt. These disciples have marks, and as they cultivate, they dedicate everything. However, according to how much they dedicate, they obtain different cultivation levels. All of this is similar to the Scatter Thunder ranking Thunder Crystal of the Scatter Thunder clan. Wang Lin vaguely felt like he had discovered a shocking secret. He took a deep breath and muttered, "All the clans in the ancient star system have a mark. This mark isn't just fixed between the eyebrows. For example, the blue hair of the Blue Silk clan is also a mark. If all the clan marks in the ancient star system are the same as the Scatter Thunder clan, then the ancient star system, could it be Wang Lin's pupil shrank and he suddenly looked up at the sky. His gaze pierced through the hall and landed on the world. His expression was extremely gloomy. Could it be that the ancient star system is a captive land created by an unimaginable existence? Back then, when Taoist Water and I fought, he opened a world with 2 billion Water Tao disciples and many cultivation planets. Taoist Water was like a god to them. The more he guessed, the colder Wang Lin's heart became. He looked at the sky, but he couldn't see through the fog. All of this is just my guess. Perhaps it's not the case. However, the existence of the realm sealing formation doesn't seem to be as the Lord of the Sealed Realm said. It's just to trap the people of the inner realm. Also, the woman in silver said that the Joss flames are poisonous and a scam. In addition, Tao Master Blue Dream mentioned that the sovereign was seriously injured by someone in the inner realm and fled in panic. Is there a connection between all of this? What kind of secret shrouds the inner and outer realms? Also, what role did the ancient celestial realm play? The more Wang Lin thought about it, the more terrifying he felt. His heart trembled, and a rare tremble appeared in his heart. He took a deep breath and silently pondered. He buried his speculation deep in his heart. It doesn't matter if it's true or false. I won't casually cultivate Joss flames. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he revealed a determined gaze. Several days later, Cheng Ta-hung returned before Suligua. The moment he entered the Heavenly Thunder sect, he immediately became excited and respectful. After hearing that Wang Lin was in closed-door cultivation, he quickly rushed to the hall and ordered the cultivators around him to leave. He stood outside the hall by himself with his back facing the hall. He was extremely vigilant as he looked around like he was loyal to his master. It was as if even an ascendant cultivator would have to step over Cheng Ta-hung's corpse to enter the hall. Not long after he acted like this, Wang Lin's voice echoed in Cheng Ta-hung's heart. Cheng Ta-hung immediately became spirited and quickly turned around. Before he entered the hall, he patted his clothes as if he was trying to get rid of the dust on his clean clothes. After tidying himself up a bit, he bowed and quickly entered the hall with a flattering expression. The moment he entered, he didn't even see Wang Lin before Cheng Ta-hung excitedly said, "This lowly one is Cheng Ta-hung. I didn't let Senior down. I've gathered a lot of things to exchange for thunder crystals, and I've come to give them to Senior." As he spoke, he entered the hall and hit the mark between his eyebrows with his right hand. Everything he had gathered in the past few months was taken out and pushed into the hall like a mountain. He took a deep breath with an excited expression and said with even more excitement, "I haven't seen Senior for several months. Now that I see you again, I feel refreshed. Even my cultivation seems to have increased after smelling Senior's aura while you're meditating. I only hate that I can't stay by Senior's side, but doing things for Senior is also an honor for me. I wish I could have countless avatars so I could gather everything faster." Wang Lin's expression was calm as he looked at Cheng Ta-hung. He waved his right hand, and all the things that could be exchanged for thunder crystals were taken away. "Not bad. This is your reward." Wang Lin flicked his finger, and a pill landed in Cheng Ta-hung's hand. Cheng Ta-hung looked down and was shocked. He couldn't hide his joy and quickly said, "Doing things for Senior is this lowly one's honor. Senior's brilliance is like the sun and moon. Even if there is no reward, this lowly one is still willing to accept it. Senior, there are only a few days left until the day to exchange for thunder crystals. The Thunder Crystal Temple is about to open. Should we go exchange for some now?" Wang Lin thought for a moment. He looked at Cheng Ta-hung with a faint smile and nodded. When Cheng Ta-hung saw Wang Lin agree, he was excited. He had come back before Su Ligua because he wanted to be alone with Wang Lin and use his invincible technique. At the same time, he followed Wang Lin to the Thunder Crystal Temple so that Su Ligua wouldn't see him when he returned. Su Ligua, Cheng Taheng, don't believe I can't beat you. As long as Senior accepts me, exchanging for Thunder Crystals is nothing. As long as I follow Senior, there will be many benefits for me. Looking at Senior's appearance, you must be preparing to steal the Thunder Crystal ranking. When the time comes, I, Cheng Taheng, will have a chance to make a name for myself. Perhaps in the future, the Scatter Thunder clan will have a place for me. Cheng Taheng. Cheng Taheng was ambitious. This was the biggest difference between him and Su Ligua. Chapter 1335. In the Scatter Thunder clan, one couldn't always exchange for Thunder Crystals. There were only 3 days each year when the Thunder Crystal Temple on Shursan opened. If one wanted to exchange for Thunder Crystals, they could only do so during these 3 days. During these 3 days, most of the cultivators on the planet would rush over to exchange for Thunder Crystals from the Elder in charge of the Thunder Crystal Temple. Similarly, one could use Thunder Crystals to buy some treasures and cultivation methods of the Scatter Thunder clan. However, in the Scatter Thunder clan, Thunder Crystals couldn't be traded privately. Thunder Crystals couldn't be transferred and could only be traded with a Thunder Crystal Temple. Although this was the case, there were many Scatter Thunder clan members, so they naturally had a way to trade privately without using Thunder Crystals. They only needed to take out something of equal value to trade for Thunder Crystals. However, this method was dangerous, so only old monsters with powerful cultivation dared to trade privately. This method of not being able to transfer Thunder Crystals and trade privately was very inconvenient for the Scatter Thunder clan. However, this had continued for countless years without any change. Accompanied by Cheng Taheng, Wang Lin flew through the sky toward the Thunder Crystal Temple. The Thunder Crystal Temple stood at the center of the planet on top of a mountain. This mountain pierced through the clouds and was the highest point on the planet. It was surrounded by a circular basin that was surrounded by green fog all year round. No Scatter Thunder clan member could casually enter, because once they entered the green fog, they would be injured by the thunder inside. If it was light, they would be seriously injured and thrown out. If it was heavy, they would directly collapse and die. This was a forbidden land. Only during the 3 days it was open would the green fog dissipate a bit, revealing a path for the Scatter Thunder clan members to enter. The Heavenly Thunder sect was a bit far from the Thunder Crystal Temple. In truth, the Heavenly Thunder sect was only at the edge of the planet, just like the country of Zhao on Suzuku. It wasn't valued at all, and no one wanted to check it out. Even if a powerful cultivator appeared there, unless they set off a heaven-shaking change, they were still insignificant compared to this large cultivation planet. For example, Yufei had never traveled more than 50,000 kilometers in his life. Although there were people within 50,000 kilometers of him, once he left, no one knew him. Even Cheng Taheng was the same. Because he knew this, Wang Lin didn't care too much about the change in his cultivation. Without Wang Lin using any spells, he and Cheng Taheng had to fly for more than half a month before they arrived at the center of the cultivation planet. Along the way, Cheng Taheng exerted all his strength, constantly using his invincible technique to flatter Wang Lin. If that was all, Cheng Taheng wouldn't be able to display his skills. Not only did he flatter Wang Lin with his words, he also put his actions into action. More often than not, with just a glance from Wang Lin, he would be able to guess the gist of Wang Lin's intentions and act first. Along the way, Cheng Taheng had served Wang Lin very well. This was where Su Ligua couldn't compare. Even Wang Lin couldn't help but give Cheng Taheng a few more pills and point out some of the drawbacks of his cultivation. As a result, Big Red became even more excited. He didn't wait for Wang Lin's order and fiercely attacked anyone he thought he could rob. He brought back a large amount of items that could be exchanged for Thunder Crystals and gave them to Wang Lin without leaving a single one. Master, if we go any further, we will enter the range of the Thunder Crystal Temple, so we can't continue to rob here. During these 3 days, there will be no fighting within the Thunder Crystal Temple. This is also for protection. The route we took before wasn't a straight line, but a few detours, so we avoided some powerful cultivators. This lowly one knows that Master's cultivation is heaven-shaking, but the Thunder Crystal Temple is only open for 3 days. If there are any unnecessary troubles, we can just wait until we return. In these past few days, Chung Ta-hung had subtly changed the way he addressed Wang Lin from senior to master. These two terms were different, and the meaning was like heaven and earth. In Chung Ta-hung's opinion, the term senior was too foreign. If he changed it to master like Su Ligua, it would mean they were family. Wang Lin didn't refuse and let Chung Ta-hung change the way he addressed him. After entering the range of the Thunder Crystal Temple, there were more and more cultivators. Rays of light flew through the sky like shuttles. Chung Ta-hung's expression was extremely vigilant. Although there was no fighting here, he was still a bit nervous when facing these powerful cultivators. There were also some cultivators that came in groups. More than a dozen of them turned into rays of light and arrogantly swept by. The rest of the cultivators immediately avoided them. The cultivation of these Scatter ThunderClan cultivators is much higher than that of the Inner Realm cultivators. There are soul formation cultivators everywhere, and there are also many soul transformation cultivators. As Wang Lin moved forward, he withdrew his gaze from the rays of light that flew by. Just at this moment, an extremely powerful aura came from behind Wang Lin and Chung Ta-hung. This aura was like a wave that rumbled like thunder. The expressions of the surrounding cultivators immediately flickered, and they all looked over with respectful expressions. It was a middle-aged man in black. He wore a Taoist crown and had his hands behind his back. He walked past Wang Lin and created layers of astral wind. Ascendant Old Monster. It's the Black Devil King of Mount Wui. Rumor has it that he is at the peak of the early stage of Ascendant and can step into the mid-stage at any time. Rumor has it that this old monster rarely leaves Mount Wui. He must have made a big move by coming to the Thunder Crystal Temple. Of course, this Black Devil King is ranked 766th on the Scatter Thunder ranking. After exchanging for Thunder Crystals, perhaps he can move up a few ranks. The surrounding cultivators all respectfully clasped their hands. After the middle-aged man left, they began to talk. Chung Ta-hung immediately whispered to Wang Lin, "Master, this person is the Black Devil King of Mount Wui. Mount Wui has a total of 4 kings, and all of them are ascendant old monsters." Although Wang Lin had searched through Chung Ta-hung's memories, he had only seen some important things. He had only skimmed through the memories of ascendant cultivators and didn't take a closer look. His gaze fell on the Black Devil King, and he nodded slightly but didn't speak. In the distance, the Black Devil King was already used to the discussions behind him, so he didn't pay any attention to them. However, when Wang Lin's gaze swept past him, his heart skipped a beat. His body felt like it was on fire, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Fortunately, this feeling only lasted for an instant. The Black Devil King didn't dare to look back, and quickly sped up. With Chung Ta-hung accompanying him, Wang Lin's expression remained the same as he got closer and closer to the Thunder Crystal Temple. He could already see the green fog that covered the sky. There was a crack in the fog that seemed to have been split open by someone, forming a narrow passage about 100 feet wide. Outside the green fog stood 2 indifferent cultivators in red. They looked to be in their 40s, but they were old monsters that had lived for thousands of years. Their cultivation levels had surpassed the first step of cultivation and reached the illusory Yin realm. Their gazes were cold as they swept past the incoming cultivators. Any cultivator who met their gaze would tremble and reveal a look of fear and respect. Even the Black Magic King was respectful in front of the 2 red-clothed cultivators, as if he was a mortal who had met an immortal cultivator. There was no need for Chung Ta-hung to introduce them. Wang Lin knew that these 2 were responsible for guarding the passage. At this moment, many cultivators flew into the passage between them. There were many cultivators around, and there were no less than 1,000 of them. However, there was no chaos, and there was no commotion. Instead, they quietly entered the passageway. Shortly after, Wang Lin's expression changed, and he casually looked at the horizon. A moment later, the clouds in the sky closed in. At a glance, there were endless rumbles of thunder coming from the clouds. It was as if the clouds were connected to the heavens and earth. The rumbling thunderclouds arrived in an instant and caused the hearts of all the cultivators outside the crack to tremble. Even the two cultivators in red revealed serious expressions. A long laugh came from the void. The thundercloud suddenly shrank and turned into a cloak that draped over the body of an old man who walked out of the thundercloud. This old man had white hair, but his eyes shined brightly. As he walked out, it was as if he had crossed time and space, causing the world to distort. Nirvana Scryer, cultivator. Wang Lin's expression was calm, and he revealed an almost undetectable smile. The moment the old man appeared, all the cultivators outside were terrified. Some of the cultivators that knew him didn't even dare to talk. They all clasped their hands and respectfully spoke. Greetings, Senior Zhou Tian. Even the two red-robed cultivators outside the crack had respectful expressions. They quickly went up and clasped their fists. Junior greets Senior Great Zhou Tian. Senior must have come to the Thunder Crystal Hall to make it into the top 10 of the lightning rankings, right? The old man clasped his hands and smiled. I won't be able to enter the top 10. It would be good if I could enter the top 30. As he spoke, he flicked his right finger, and two medicinal pills flew out. They landed in the hands of the two red-robed cultivators. Without another word, he stepped into the fissure. Wherever he went, all the cultivators would make way for him. The two cultivators in red looked at the pills in their hands and revealed looks of joy. They clasped their hands at the old man's back. Wang Lin looked at where the old man went and didn't reveal any of his thoughts. After the old man left, the surrounding cultivators began to talk. Most second-step cultivators come on the last day. I didn't expect Senior Zhou Tian to come on the first day. Sigh, I wonder when we'll be able to unlock our clan marks and reach the same cultivation level as Senior Zhou Tian. I'm afraid there's no hope in this lifetime. It's not impossible. Rumor has it that Senior Zhou Tian had a fortuitous encounter in his early years, which is why his cultivation level is so high. Maybe one day, we'll have a fortuitous encounter as well. As they discussed, Wang Lin and Cheng Taheng flew toward the crack. The two cultivators in red glanced at Wang Lin, but they naturally didn't notice anything and allowed them to enter. In their eyes, whether it was Wang Lin or Cheng Taheng, they were just insignificant people. As he entered the crack, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. This was the first time he had entered an important place of the Scatter Thunder clan since he arrived. He stared at the green mist around him, and his eyes gradually revealed a strange light. This mist, I want to give everyone a surprise. Quick, throw in the monthly votes. There's a surprise today. The more the monthly votes, the more surprises there will be. The surprise will be delivered around 6:30. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.